Hello, how you guys doing? I have been found out. My daily schedule has been figured out. Every day before stream, I like to do just a little bit of a round of Deadlock, and I had a good round. My new build's actually working out. I switched out whatever that one green item is that gives you extra shoot, but you can't use stamina. I switched that out for Heroic Aura, and it's immediately the same kind of thing. It's good. It's very good. Here's a post from 2013. You winning, son? I am, actually. I had a live stream where I was just... Okay, we'll check that in a second. Yeah, it's good. I'm actually, like, doing well. Like, at the game. I feel really cool about it. I do have some really bad news for you guys. I had another idea. I need to not do that. I need to not have ideas. Because this, like, last night, I saw, like, a video. Like, I didn't watch it, but I saw a video called... You should make an incremental game. And my brain was like, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that. It'd be so easy. It'd be so fucking easy. It's a button, and when you press button, number go up. But then I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. I had a different idea. So I might work on this one in the background some, but here's the basic idea, right? All right, so it's something along these lines. So, like, you'll have to excuse me for just a second while I try and get this all together. And then we can look at things that chat has sent me. Yeah, I'll write it down. I did write it down. A lot of the time, writing stuff down is just me emailing myself in the middle of the night. And then I wake up and I have a weird email that's like, what if vampires could fly? I don't know, something weird. Per my last note. I don't know. I can't think of a good, like, what if that I would have in the middle of the night that would just be unhinged. Okay, so you got a grid like this, right? And depending on factors that I'll explain in a second, there'll be a input and an output slot. Okay? And so, what if... This was like, you make like conveyor belts, right? So you make like a conveyor belt and it goes up. And then let's say you have a thing that's like right here that when stuff passes through it, increases the damage, right? But it can only be placed vertically and it's 1x3. This is like the first of the blocks, right? Sorry about the red. I didn't mean to put it there. So anyway, you got a conveyor belt and it goes into that. And then that conveyor belt goes through this thing and increases the damage. And then it goes out. And then it has like another thing and it goes out, right? So you've got your input and you've got this thing that increases the damage. And then it goes through a corner piece and then it goes to the output. Easy enough. But, right? That's not it. That's not the whole gameplay loop. What if then, right? That's just a cog in the machine, right? So then you zoom out, right? And you can place your design on like a tower defense thing or like something like that, another grid. You might want to take a look at this. Rogue voltage. Yeah, that's not it. That's not what I'm talking about. Maybe it is. I don't think it is. Do you see the new Zachtronics? Ooh! I didn't see that there's a new Zachtronics. But anyway, you would have like a factory like, but it's a railgun. No, but then, so this is one of your things. So let's say that's represented by green square, and you would make a whole bunch of other things that like connect up to it. So you might actually have like a thing that digs up ore or whatever. And then you've got like your front line, and you've got this gun, and maybe you've got a different gun as well that does a different thing that's over here. And it like you've got your gun that we were just talking about, but then you've got like a different one that you've set up in a different way that makes it more like a mortar. And then you've got like the conveyor belts, and they go like this away, and then you go this away, and then you go this way. And so your upgrades are only, can you figure out a better way to build the thing that you're trying to build, right? As well as more efficiently using the space here. I don't know if this is an idea. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I do know that my brain is like, what if you started making that instead? I feel like I've seen this game, but like I can't put my finger on it. I was thinking, what if it was a mobile game? It's like an automation game mixed with an idle game. Not necessarily. I don't think it would be an idle game. Godot can make mobile games, yeah. I found out that Monster Train is on there. Idle, Factory Idle. Okay. Oh yeah, no, that is what that is. Okay, I might have to come up with a different one. Does it have some procedural generation elements? I don't know, maybe? And maybe it's not bullets or guns, maybe it's like cookies or something, maybe something a little bit cuter. I don't know. But this seems like a thing that I could maybe whip up in a couple of days. I say to myself, knowing that I said that about the game I'm currently working on, that I've been working on for a few months. So there's that. Paperclips, it does have like paperclip. What was that one? Paperclip Maker? Did you know that fucking freaks call paperclips trombone clips? Dude, if I hear someone say trombone clip, that is like a sign that they're actually an alien and that like aliens are amongst us. Like no one fucking says that at all. Evil behavior. Hey, Steve the Genius, how you doing? Anyway, we're doing show Rev stuff. So I am trying to find where we started. Or where we stopped. Let's see, I think... Okay, we did that one. Tilda found out about Potapon. Okay, we did that. I'm trying to remember where we were. I saw it on a paperclip box. Yeah, that's how you know it's not real. We did these. Big walk, I think we looked at. We looked at the bathroom. We looked at the bathroom for sure. I had actually scrolled it to the right point, and then it, like, moved. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I think this is where we stopped. So yeah, the ChatGPT lost a game to an Atari 2600. Additional notes on this, let's see, there was some other AI that also challenged it and lost, and then Gemini, Google's thing, I think that's right, was asked if it was willing to challenge it, and it goes, no, but I'd win. And when pushed on that, it was like, yeah, I'm lying about winning. I have absolutely no idea. Yeah, this was definitely posted when it came out. Because, like you said, someone was saying this yesterday and I was an asshole for some reason. I don't know why, actually. I kind of, like, cringed at myself later. But someone in chat was like, hey, man, when are you going to show Rev stuff again? Because that, like, that folder's, like, filling up. And I'm like, who cares? Why did I say that? What the hell is wrong with me? Sorry, that was, like, a moment that yeah, that was me. Okay. I mean, that's not the way it said it, but that's definitely what it meant. But yeah, I think the most important part about this is just proving that ChatGPT doesn't know what it's saying. It just says things that are related to each other. And most of the time that comes out with like something coherent, but you can definitely get it to go incoherent. Like, real easy. It loves to do just bizarre fucking moves in chess. I think I read something that it was like either 60% or 30% accurate when it talks about stuff. Something along those lines. 30-year-old or Deep Blue is 30 years old and was capable of defeating chess grand champions. It could be housed in a single cabinet. ChatGPT spans untold data centers, devouring massive amounts of electricity, and got its ass whooped by an 8-bit gaming console in the 1970s. Like, really, I guess it would be, can Deep Blue beat the Atari? And I would bet that it can. Let's see what this one is. Deep Blue is a Fred video, yeah, for sure. I think that it could definitely. Oh my god, there's so many anti-pirate software videos and shit now. Like, I honestly legitimately don't care anymore. I just needed to know whether or not, like what if his coding suggestions were bad, so I wouldn't do them. He does have a Deep Blue video. Any plans to fix the chibi tuber? Yeah, I mean, yes, but also, like, I don't know when. It's a little bit on the low priority scale for me. Cause like, I would rather be streaming. If not streaming, then I'd rather be, you know, working on my game or painting or something like that. And it's a thing that I can do that I guess, yeah.
Punching somebody in the face in a video game is a marvel of software engineering.
Okay, we did see this, right? Okay. Yeah. Guess we're doing badger, mushroom. Evergreen meme, yes. Stream the chibi tuber repair. I think the repair for the chibi tuber is just like, I think it's just getting rid of the speech bubbles, yeah? Talk swap. Is there one where it's talking without the bubble? Yeah, okay. So then I could just do, yeah, I could do this actually pretty fast. Hold on. Keep getting turning point ads. I get like God, what ads? I get ads for like a local electric company or whatever. Like they do heating and cooling. And it's just like I don't. Okay. We got to go through all of these. All right. So this, no. Okay. So that's that one. Talking blink left, talking blink right. Talk swap, talk. Blink, talk swap. Open those. Did you know that Coleco stands for the Colorado Leather Company? I did not. I also didn't know that Sega is for short for service games. That's a fucking wild ass one. Okay. Okay, not the speech bubble. Okay, so it's just these then. Penis is short for penicular information systems. No, it's not. No, no. Your penis is short because skill issues. Export as talking GIF. .gif. Export. All right. Hopefully this works. Okay. That's pretty wrong. Export to talking gif.gif. Export as. Export. Yes. Give me export options. As animation. Yes, of course. Export. Okay. And then we re-import it. Replace image. Talk gif.gif. Okay. Oh man. Oh Jesus, I become an eldritch horror when I talk. That's an option. Huh. Okay. There's like a okay, so I need to have open mouth and closed mouth. And a mouth open blinking image. Okay. So get rid of all the blinking ones then. I love my six heads as well. They each love you as well. We love you. All of the six heads of us. I'll just control Z these back afterwards. All right, so like... Okay, so like then... Talking GIF. Export. Yup. Animation. One frame per layer. Replace. There we go. I think I needed to turn that on. Hey, Woodman, how you doing? Replace. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, yeah, that's better now. That is better. Good. Okay, and then we do the other one by just doing the opposite deletions. Oh, I deleted the wrong things. Hold on. Okay, cool, good. And then export as talking GIF, eyes closed. I can't make much headway on, what's her name? Haru? That horse girl? She's... dude, I don't fucking... Why do you use GIFs? Because that way it animates. Also, it seems a little fast, not gonna lie. Closed mouth, open mouth, blinking image. So that works, but it's very frenetic. It's a bit much. Web peas would be cool. No, go stop with the web peas. We don't need web penis. Web penis sucks, dude. They're lighter than GIFs. Well, what if you shut up? I like my files thick. All right, talk swap not blinking. I need to replace that one. Yes. Is that why your drives are always full? No, my drives are always full because I'm a streamer and I record every fucking moment of my life. Right? If you start streaming games and video and stuff at 720p at 60 FPS 5 days a week for 6 or 7 hours a day, 7 hours of 720p 60 FPS adds up after a while. That's why I always go to my like my videos folder when I need to clear out space. Okay, so now it's 10 times longer of a gap. Are you recording at 60? But people want 30 FPS. 2 times for redundancy. I mean, like, the main thing is it's not really even, like, that big of a deal. With, like... He's very fast. The little guy. We can use him. Like, he's good now. He works. And he shouldn't be causing any, like, problems. Probably. I haven't unlocked Rise Shower yet. Okay, that's fixed now. Slam, but at what cost?
15-minute break. Let's see if I can slam the big...
I think we did watch that one. I remember that. There's a snake here. That's very good. Also another snake. I don't think that humanity will need anything over 1080p. I mean, like, people say that, but then 4K monitors and 4K shit exists. No, we saw that. We saw that. Did we see this? It probably has new context.
It's the largest Medicaid cut.
All right, well, we're not talking about that. 10K, I mean, yeah, no one is realistically buying 4K monitors right now, but like, I feel like we were like, 480p and 720p are good enough for a while. Things that are improved for no good reason. I think that there is definitely an argument that, like, after a while, it's like, we're getting into diminishing returns with realism and stuff like that. Human eye can not tell the difference at 1080p and 4K.
I will be safe.
I don't know.
Absolute hell. The only way out is not to play.
That's the most accurate way of explaining how this game works.
I'm gonna be upfront for a second. I'm pretty good at the world's hardest game. Block Soars. Anybody play Block Soars? That was fun. Some Pop Tropica. I used to solve puzzles on Pop Tropica. Screw Noita, bro. Should I make a video on this?
The fuck?
Angel really gave up. Holy shit.
So standing here and dying over and over and over again was the equivalent of rewinding the same level on Super Santa Kicker and wondering what the hell is wrong with me. Why am I so stupid? I'm not good at puzzles. I lied. You take one step forward, and then you explode. Take another step, and the same thing happens to you. What the hell? But it's with something completely different. I was just trying to play a game that was interesting and fun. Noita is a magical action roguelike where every pixel is physically simulated. Which it is.
Yes.
I mean, watching your body parts fly everywhere and learning how not to die is fun. But not really. This hurdle/process took me 82 hours to get over.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna louden the video a bit. Let me know if this is better.
That was a joke too, but it was close. I
Oh no.
did spend most of that time down here though, which I feel like that's not normal. I really wish my brain decided early on to want to go beyond this big cliff right next to where spawn is with just a little bit of elbow grease, because it also seemed to me like there was some deeper layers and actual puzzles and secrets here. Which was a fun and nice little break from all the dying and taking a pretty decent trip across the desert. I found some pretty interesting things. Oh my god. Is that a meatball? What is that? Oh my god. There's this structure to the far right of the map that's labeled as a bunch of question marks. This, inherently, looks like it's not supposed to be here. The game that you thought was just a roguelike with some sort of medieval and ancient magic aesthetic is now juxtaposed with something that looks like it fell out of a Cybertruck. This structure has ingrained glyphs in its material, and right in the middle, holding a spell called the Essence of Earth. Unless you have something to mitigate its damage, it eventually just kills you. Oh.
It's explosion damage.
This place is actually pretty well hidden. There's a lot of walking and a lot of structures that you need to pass in order to even get here. Tablet of Thought? What? And once you do, it's placed far above what seems to look like the end of the game.
Oh, I absolutely did not know to do that.
Completely void of color. Usually, when something is blacked out like this, it's a signal that you should just turn around. There's nothing here. That, and the fact that it's being acknowledged as a question, and the glyph writings entails that there might be something more here to discover. What? Toan. Nabij Toan. This is a G. Wait, this is the same one as a G, right? Yeah, this is a G. Okay, so it is pain. Knowledge through pain, that's what sacrifice.
Knowledge through pain?
Doesn't look right. Wisdom through sacrifice. Knowledge through pain. Okay, I figured it out. That took, what is that? What does it say on my OBS? That took 17 minutes. Holy shit.
Come on, man.
Knowledge through pain? Okay, so basically what I've been doing my entire playthrough, right? Oh my god. Yeah, I get it. You kill yourself enough times on basically every single pixel you see on screen that you start
I wouldn't have bothered to decipher
your
that.
Skill of understanding how to move around and not accidentally electrocute yourself in water when holding a ball that emits electricity. I don't know how the... Okay, what if I drop this in here?
What did you think would happen?
This had nothing to do with my previous statement. Avoiding this is basic common sense. I'm just an idiot. So what else could this mean? Why does this structure look like this? Is this perk used for anything else besides a dangerous ability? Are there more structures like this? This can't be the only thing, right? There has to be a reason this is here. Clearly, I should look more into this. So naturally, with my innate curiosity and experience with puzzle games, I walked away and just completely forgot about it.
Yep.
For me, and I'm assuming a lot of other people in the beginning, we only focused on what's in front of us. The cave, because I thought this game was just a roguelike with pixel mixed with more pixel. Make other pixel, and sometimes pixel bad. What is this?
Oh, you're gonna fucking die there. Absolutely gonna go. Yeah, Took a little longer than I expected.
You know, when the game pushes you to go into a certain direction, you tend to follow it. You descend.
And it, like, yeah, because, like, you go this way and it does, like, help. Like, it seems like the correct way to go, but, like...
Descend and descend. Part of you wondering why you're still playing, and the other part wondering what the point of adding the mechanic of being able to ingest mud, get sick, and then drink your own puke is. Oh.
So you can vomit
It
again,
takes a
so you
certain
can get
person,
rat
though,
vomit.
who goes against the grain either immediately or shortly after playing to realize that there's other directions you can take yourself. Even if
Oh,
the
that's
game
interesting
gives you
use
a
of
little
mud.
bit of pushback. I found another one. Look at that. It teases you that there's something else beyond what's offered to you immediately. Just enough
You
to
can
be
eat
able to
from a
spark
potion, yeah.
curiosity,
If you go to the
but also
like where you would, you know, reconfigure where your wands are, like you could move them around, you can right click it when it's like up and you can go from there.
not enough to outright hand it to you. That's not what I did, at least in the beginning. I inadvertently chose the former, making my attempts to understand how anything worked. Oh
It's
my
not even
God.
keybind shenanigans.
Get in the portal. Oh, now it's like I need water.
Oh man. Yep, been there.
Cast 5 spells in a pentagonal pattern. Okay. Alright. If I combine this with the plasma beam.
You're gonna
So
kill
judging by the
yourself.
picture, I'm assuming you're not going to cast directly below. Yeah, so that makes sense. Okay. Why did it do that? The picture should not... I have no health anymore. Oh, what's the point of this guy spawning in here besides the benefit of just getting gold from him and him actively trying to kill me? I'm on 4 HP. It's really sad that the black hole isn't infinite. I would absolutely destroy everything here.
Jesus Christ, what is
1
that
HP.
item?
And I
Man,
just started.
this is
yeah, I might
making
as
me
well-
want to play and I have to
At
do
that
other
point-
things.
Oh my god, dude, I'm so sick. Hold on. Holy. At that point, I should have realized that this game requires a little bit more brain power. It's not just about maneuvering around the map anymore. That becomes a relatively easy part of the game. Relatively. Standing here in the altar, though, that's the fun part.
Is
And
making the
admittedly,
shit
hard part.
spells.
No, what the fuck? When you venture low enough into the mines, you'll eventually stumble across multiple purple portals. These are the medium between the level above and the one below, which is relatively safe, and it's also the main way the game allows you to tinker with the weapons you collected on your way down. It's important to pay attention to what these wands say. Some can activate each spell in order from left to right, and others will randomize its lineup. Very cool. There are some that are just painfully slow, and others are so fast that using it for more than 2 seconds consumes all of your mana, which gives pros and cons to both, and it's easily readable because the game does a really good job at making you understand these differences.
I guess this is where my idea of making your own custom machines that I was talking about.
When you hover over a wand, it tells you which stats are worse and which ones are better than the one that you're currently debating about using. And they aren't just visually designed to look funky either. They're also designed around how they would logically look. A bigger and longer wand indicates that it can carry more slots. A smaller and more compact wand indicates the opposite, but will typically have a much faster fire rate. A trident-like wand will be able to cast multiple spells at the same time, and a wand with a rhombic core will have a no-shuffle stat. This in itself isn't as complicated as you might think. If you can read some self-explanatory stats, you're essentially in the clear. If you replace the wand as a gun and had bullets as ammo, this would probably be the end of the conversation. No way, bro. Dude.
He's really sick.
But this is a wand, and spells are far more complex than a piece of lead. So here is my gift to you. I'm gonna make this really simple, okay? I can't, I lied. Say what you want about how difficult and frustrating this game can be most of the time, because when you first start out, nothing is really off the table when it comes to making you feel miserable. Oh!
Yeah.
What? Especially when you're like me and you can't fully grasp spells and account for every mechanic. Obviously, knowledge is power, but the lack of help this game gives you really amplifies the appreciation for yourself when you sit there and actually think and actually manage to spit
That's
something
kinda
out that
why I
isn't
love
just
it.
a mixture of different juices,
It's a
but
roguelike
instead
that
a well-made cocktail.
knowledge is power.
Now for once it isn't you being obliterated, and it's the result of you being a little bit smarter. Even if it's something as simple as 2 spells. One is a projectile modifier that allows a spell to shoot out in a ping-pong pattern. If you combine that with a projectile that's typically shot out with minimal range but really deadly, it's now so destructive and leagues above what you've been previously shooting that it almost makes you feel like it shouldn't work. Almost like you're cheating.
Yeah, but that's okay.
This game
That's
is
great.
really tough on you. But it allows you to
I
be
did not
tough
know
back.
that that would work that way. I will actually
you
check
need
that
that
out in the
feeling.
future.
Especially in a world that doesn't apologize. You can be having the best run of your life, but if you have a lightning torch in one of your wands, and you go underwater for whatever reason, and equip your wand with that spell for 1 frame, that's it.
Yep.
You just die.
Homing rocks are
instantly.
insane
You have to
as
restart
well,
now
yeah.
with a tinkle sprinkler. All your progress is gone now. You
Yep.
probably don't even know how you died, but you died, and now you have to restart.
And you're
It's okay,
immediately
though.
on fire.
You know, it's fine. If you had the perk to give you the electric immunity, you would have been fine. Yeah, there's perks too, by the way. Add that to a layer of this growing onion. There are some perks in here that are pretty strange. I'm not sure why giving you the ability to not edit ones is ever a good idea.
Yeah, that one
That's
seems
like
bad.
a really important aspect of this entire thing. I might as well just chop the last couple of minutes off of this video, and you should also just stop playing because you've essentially ruined everything. There's a homunculus. Why? Every time you leave a holy mountain, a helpful homunculus is summoned. What?
How is he helping?
Some of these are
What
actually
the
pretty
fuck?
cool and can give a lot of interesting synergies. Combining levitation trail and homing shots give you a pretty clever way to deal some extra damage, and having spontaneous generation allows you to turn puke into helpful rats. That's super convenient. The game gives you the ability to drink whatever you want and get yourself sick. Adding the mechanic of being able... I'm gonna do a clever callback now on mentioning that earlier. I totally meant to do that and wasn't just a coincidence while I was writing the script. Anyways, there's a lot of combinations you can do with these perks, although the one that I definitely wouldn't take is Lukey Mutation.
That one's real
essentially
rough.
erasing your ability to fly and turning you into a giant spider. In big areas like this, like the jungle, it's a pretty big detriment since you're... Showing you all of this is going to take forever. As a
It
matter
is,
of fact, I
yes.
think showing you everything about this game and having it make sense would probably take an eternity. Not just in terms of its mechanics, but just the sheer amount of content that this game has.
Yeah.
Which is usually the point where I'd stop the video and happily post it and be on my merry way, and then just disappear for another year. But during my playtime, I started to discover some things that I seem to have just glossed over constantly. Having an intuition that this game has a little more spice to it wasn't enough for me to really delve into any sort of interest.
What the fuck?
I was just trying to figure out how to live longer. But once you get the hang of things, you start to explore places and structures you've originally overlooked with a more observant eye. Huh. So, let's hold off on the video for a second. Maybe I'm missing something here. And maybe it's something that I can spin into the video before I upload. Some stuff was clearly designed for you to find eventually.
Right.
One of the first ones you'd probably discover is basically right above you when you spawn in. A very peculiar
How did he get
island
that high?
with a tablet and some sort of glowing shrine in the middle. Even without you doing a translation on its glyphs, you
Bring
can
the
kind of make an
treasure
inference
here.
that maybe this giant floating structure in the sky that's calling for your attention has some sort
Right,
of
I
magical
did
ability
that.
and a certain purpose. Let's do some experimenting. Maybe tossing the tablet you found into the altar might do something. A good job. You're very smart. This is enough to spark at least a little bit of curiosity, which kind of makes you ask, what else can I put in here? Okay. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, here we go.
That helps, yeah.
Nothing touches this. I think if I hit the walls too hard, I think it might break. Hold on. I
Oh
can't
my
tell, honestly, so I
God.
think I'm just gonna play it really safe.
Why
Thank God black
this?
holes exists. Fit through, fit through. Get out of here. Stop! Don't burn! Oh my god. What the hell, bro? I'm just gonna sit here for a bit. I made it! Okay, I can't even tell this is a chest anymore. It's all bloody.
Covered in blood. Oh, really? Oh? What?
Holy shit. The tablet, I feel like, is kind of a dead giveaway for a lot of people. It matches in color, and the glyph writing seems to be the same, and it's something that's easily accessible in the same area. As far as the treasure chest goes, well, it's not really what most people would bring up to the altar, since it's actually pretty difficult to bring up
Is
without
that ass
telekinetic
pain
kick.
to do that?
It's not
What?
something you can just hold in your inventory. No, 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 no. God, dude. That alone would deter a lot of people. And a treasure chest is already in itself a treasure, and you wouldn't think it would have any other additional mechanics. You're meant to just take them for what they are. But if you just take the glyph translations literally, if you even decide to translate it with a little bit of elbow grease,
I mean, it is
you will be
treasure.
greatly compensated for your effort.
God, I'm gonna have to translate all these motherfuckers.
Oh, no, this is actually just a floating worm crystal that's beneath the holy mountain. Again, really laborious to do and something I would have never even considered to bring up here. But hey, look, Now there's giant worms that come down and try and attack you.
That's bad.
Nice. You get some extra health now. Okay, huge shifts are happening here. Once you find a secret like this in any game, it becomes a little more apparent to you that what you're playing has a core that potentially runs a little bit deeper. It's not just basic secrets and little bonuses. This is a game that's going to hide a lot of unique things from you, or at least make you think a little bit harder. And
What
that's
the
when you begin
fuck?
to ask a lot of questions. Why do I get attacked when putting more tablets into this shrine? What? And actually, you know what? What's the point of all of these anyway? And why are they so overly vague and cryptic? Why are these balls called the Orb of True Knowledge right next to them? Do they do anything else besides give you more health and an unlocked spell? What is this eyeball laser thing doing here after passing the stupid perk that turns everything into Shrek Swamp and then climbing this giant conspicuous tree with giant pillars on top? And what about the instruments scattered throughout the map?
Yeah, what about
A huge
them?
balance scale with seemingly no purpose in the desert, the lake house, and
The
the green
lake house?
portal right below.
There's a lake house?
The watchtower.
Yeah. Okay.
These finger statues inside the snowy depths.
They hate you. Yeah, you can kill them. Oh. I don't know what that item is.
And the hourglass.
Well, summon portal! Blood, right?
Angel, how did you find this all out by yourself? Did you figure this all out by yourself? You must be really smart if you did. Hey, thank you. Thank you. I don't like to spoil things for myself and at least attempt to figure things out
I
without
love
help.
his animation here
But when
on
you're
this little
tasked with
guy.
making a video at least somewhat factually correct, you don't just use your experiences. You turn to the internet for the final say, which is exactly what I did. A rabbit hole, or maybe more accurately, reaching into your pocket and instead of pulling out your wallet, you pull out the entire universe, is probably the most accurately described analogy when you play enough of this game to warrant these questions and then decide to go, what do the finger statues do in Noita? What's the point of the broken spell that gives me a summoning portal that doesn't even work when I cast it?
Oh, I probably
To
put a
then
broken
innocently
wand on
scroll
that.
over to the wiki and maybe, much, much worse, YouTube.
That's what you need
Don't
to put.
look for answers in this game. Unless you want to look like a fool. And realize that what you've been playing this entire time is not Noita.
It's yourself?
It's no. This isn't actually just a fragment of a Cybertruck. This is actually a very small morsel of an incredibly convoluted sequence. There's 8 of these structures, and they're all scattered throughout the map containing items used for very specific reasons, all of them either being found on accident by you or just never found at all, because a lot of this game's world is deceptively large and hidden. So large that looking up the map online will probably make your head spin.
Oh god.
What? Some of these structures carry 1 of 4 of the elemental essences. The essence of earth, air, fire, and water. Why the essence of water spews out lava is beyond me, but assuming you manage to find all of these locations by yourself, you'd also have to be crazy enough to have all of them on your person in order to complete the secret.
Right?
Hey, but
That makes
great.
sense.
You have all of them. Now what?
You fucking
No,
die?
the way the order is supposed to go if you happen to stumble across this yourself is by finding another one of these structures hidden beneath the watchtower in
Right.
the overgrown cavern that
Sure.
will instantly kill you if you aren't prepared, giving yourself a special radar perk that allows for you to go across the map to find a moon that's made of cheese. Oh my god. Digging straight into the middle of said moon cheese reveals giant glyphs that translate to converge the edges. This
What?
is supposed to be more or less your starting gun. The moment of revelation. Yes, converge the edges. This makes total sense. This clearly means that you have to go back and collect all of the
I feel like I need to stop watching this just because spoilers, and I'm gonna just play Noita instead. Zootopia 2 dropped a new gold mine for furry artists. When are we gonna make money? Yeah, I mean... Is he hot, though? Like, is he? Like, legitimately? He just seems like he would have a huge cock. Did we watch this one on stream? It's just cockbait. Yeah, I mean, of course the horse has horse cock. And I forget, there's some, like, math on horse cock where it's, like, per pound, like, they have small penises, relatively. Did I hear that right? Cockbait? Yeah, no, the Fabio horse is cockbait. Alright. I don't remember if we watched this one or not. 0% of kids ain't read. Percent of kids ain't read. Ain't read right here.
Everywhere you look, you will see the headlines. Kids these days don't know how to read. Literacy is
I don't know what that says. Can anyone confirm that that's what that says? I don't know how to read.
on the decline. Kids don't read for pleasure anymore. And some want to say that we are living through a literacy crisis. You'll even see some claim that 40% of American kids can't read. That's not true, by the way.
I'm pretty sure I watched this off stream, in the very least. Also, I need to... Okay, I've made the horrible mistake twice in a row. Yesterday, we got burgers. Good decision. But then, I followed that up by eating the onion rings cold. And I think that's why I have a grumpy stomach now. So I'm gonna go get some gingers. It's also probably these shit tons of coffee. Okay, for lunch, I had cold onion rings, leftover rice, and coffee. There might... I'm gonna be honest with you, cold onion rings are kind of good. Yeah, that was a potion of shit yourself. Yeah, that might explain why my stomach hurts. Dude, when I shit this morning, I shit hard. You didn't need to know that, but I just felt like I'd tell you. Sometimes you just gotta shit real hard. Give me a minute 30, I'll be right back. I'm gonna, no, I'm not gonna play Noita. Well, that's the thing, is it started off with me hardly shitting, and then it turned into me shitting hard. Okay, I'm back. Was Vice ever a good shot? I don't... Yeah, I mean, it has a couple of good videos. I'm back. Let's see. This group takes responsibility for Steam payment processor censorship properties. They just implied that pervert nerds cause society's okay. Anti-porn organization known as Collective Shout. With its co-founder calling impacted gamers porn sick and brain rotted. I mean, he does have a point. That's true. But that's actually a good thing. I mean, Detroit Become Human is such a weird choice. I aim to be more porn sick and brain rotted.
Talk about that later in this video. Are we living through a literacy crisis, or is this just a long-standing failure dressed up as something new?
I'm like 100% positive we watch this on stream. Like, I'm pretty fucking sure. The BRB is still up? Yeah, sorry. Can't see. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Type large guy. Place of origin, the water. Net worth, $29. Gravel or soggy, not right now. Okay. How games are made. Sound design.
Here at NoClip, we're no strangers to documenting the development of video games, but over the years we've heard calls from our community to dive much deeper into specific aspects of game dev. Things like how characters are designed, how physics works, and where developers get all this yellow paint to help show us where to climb. So about 2 years ago, we started collaborating with a new indie studio to capture dozens of distinct areas of making games so we could produce a special series diving deeper than we ever have before. That studio is Torby, helmed by Riley Gravatt and Zabir Hawk, two developers who previously worked at Systemera, creators of Astroneer. In fact, you may recognize Riley from our documentary on Astroneer.
I was like, I have no idea who that is, but Astroneer,
Since then, the two have gone solo, and with the help of a handful of hires and
wasn't there some big controversy involving that one? Like, it was like some sort of like whatever prop thing. Yeah. May not have been Astroneer. I don't think it was like a real one, but I remember there being something.
Contractors are working on Everbloom, a whimsical farming and social sim which looks so adorable it makes my eyes bleed. It's also available to wishlist now on Steam. For the past 2 years, they have been capturing the design of their game and sorting the gameplay and dev diaries into over a dozen specific design buckets. Everything from how to make doors to getting controls right, how lighting works, even things like marketing, dialogue, and much more. This is the first episode in this series, and on today's episode we're going to explore the world of sound design. Everything from how sounds are recorded to the ways in which they are mixed, how the engine processes sound, how they deal with sound priority, and much more. You're watching NoClip, and this is How Games Are Made, Episode 1, Sound.
Subnautica 2 is collapsing in on itself, yeah.
The most important thing for sound is communicating feedback to the player and also creating emotion inside the game experience. And so sound is usually one of the first things that the player hears to confirm that they did something correct.
What? I mean, I know what he's saying, but also, like, no shit. What?
Whether it's like swinging a sword and hitting something and hearing that feedback, hears to come back to the player and also creating emotion inside the game experience. And so sound is usually one of the first things that the player hears.
Sound is one of the first things that a player hears.
To confirm that they did something correctly, whether it's like swinging a sword and hitting something and hearing that feedback. In a lot of shooter games, you shoot someone and you get a little tick sound to show that you're doing damage. In our game, it's doing an animation.
No,
and
I mean,
a sound
but it doesn't. Yeah, it's weird wording is all it is. It's really a nitpick, but it is just like what?
Information, whether it's like a pop of like hitting something, or like a knock, or some kind of UI sound that confirms that yes, what you did is correct. In our biomes, you can run around different areas, whether it's a beach, a city, a farm, a field, a woodland area, or a swampy area. And the game's ambience needs to support those changes in locations. And so at the simplest way of doing that is create a bunch of volume layers, and you just trigger the sound effect to change, and it fades between them.
Yeah.
To get more advanced with it though, and to make it more feel like a living, breathing world, those sounds need to be dynamic. So if you think about your experience like in real life, like in the morning, birds are chirping a lot more than at noon. At night, the birds aren't going to be as active, but you're going to have more insects or crickets.
I've seen other
quiet.
videos that do...
It's the winter time, there's that kind of crisp sound
describing
where
how
sound travels
game
a little bit further, so you need to adjust for that. And so all that leads to kind of feeling that emotion and the vibe of really one of the goals of the audio experience in the game is to make it feel like you're in that world.
How many people will notice this? I think it does matter actually.
For that. And so
sound design is absolutely critical.
Sounds that
it helps with game feel.
Location and experience. What we're using right now is Unreal's meta sounds to actually facilitate that. And so one of the examples there is in the world, we're able to kind of count up how many trees are around you and randomly play bird chirping sounds from those trees. And what's great about that is we can create a base 2D layer sound effect that is playing no matter where you're at in that biome, and then have 3D sounds play around the player. But because it's a dynamic game, you can chop those trees down, maybe you clear cut an entire forest. So it's weird to then hear bird sounds. And all that is then driven by the time of day. Birds chirp more in the mornings, they get less active or play a different kind of chirping sound at night.
Can you have it so that if you chop down the entire forest, that there's the sounds of like birds crying and like, you know, sad music and stuff?
I didn't think about that, but we could actually. We totally could support that.
That's neat. In 2017, a Estonian news outlet interviewed a deer that wandered up in someone's backyard. The homeowner and his dog ended up befriending the unexpected visitor. The video became later a viral meme, often referred to as the Estonian deer. Amazing.
Roosna-Alliku vallas Valasti külas, kus üks metskits tuli ühe pere ukse taha.
Hakkasin koera ketti vahetama, et vana kett oli juba kulunud ja panin uue ketti ja.
That's amazing. I love how it's just chilling there. Just hanging out. That sound that everyone loves. Ooh. Yeah, I think that YouTube's fine.
Make it better. A vocoder. It's as if I had a synth in my throat, as used by Daft Punk. Work it harder, make it better. And thousands more. We can boogie down. And it's also this sound, like in songs like this. So how does it work?
Oh, that.
Well, you normally got a carrier, usually a synth, and a modulator, usually a voice. Girl, I love when you talk. What the vocoder does is mold these, taking the shape of the voice, applying it to the synth. So the synth dictates the vocal's pitch, even if you're just talking. Allowing for cool chords or even slide notes, even if you're just talking. The origins of it wasn't even a musical instrument. Back in the 1930s, a guy called Homer Dudley wanted to transfer speech across the Atlantic. Hello, you around? But back then, this was way too much data to transfer, so he broke it down to a signal. And he sent it away. On the other end, this would be decoded and reconstructed by a machine to robotic speech. Hello, you around? The word vocoder really means vocal decoder. So what's so much about it? Well, there's something inherently sweet with robot singing. This was a trial. But in modern pop, it's often used as a background layer to really put out vocals to its max. Why don't you just meet me in the middle? Weak without. Why don't you just meet? So what about this sound? This is not a vocoder. This is a talk box. But they're often mixed up. Famous for songs like this.
I love talk boxes.
While a vocoder needs a voice, the talk box don't need no singing at all. Instead, you let a synth or a guitar go through it into a tube that blurs into your mouth, and now you can shape the vowel sounds.
I love the way this video is done.
If you ever did this thing as a kid where you put your phone speakers in your mouth to get this, that's the same technique. Now this sound, vocoder.
Oof.
Not a vocoder. Imogen Heap uses a cool form of vocal harmonizer that duplicates her voice into whatever she plays on the keyboard. It's a very nice technique, but it doesn't rely on a synthesizer, unlike a vocoder.
Right.
What I love about the vocoder is that it's almost unique for every song, because there's so many options. Could be any synth, any vocalist, and any vocoder. I met people who hate the clarinet, I know people who hate drums, but I think it's hard to meet someone that hates the vocoder.
Yeah. Cool video to just explain a concept that I already know, but like unpausable because the music is great. I hate it. Well, why do you have bad taste? No. I don't have Nitro, so why I don't intend on spending money on it because I don't have that fucking money right now. Nobody will notice when I'm gone. Real. Am I gonna get copyright claim for this shit? Yep, okay. Obviously not suggesting you watch the whole thing on stream, but it's wonderful a non-furry's perspective into the furry community. I mean, that's just me, man. Like, I'm not a furry, but I understand them now.
Does everyone's mouth have a mouth?
I don't know who I am anymore! It can't just be all two!
It's what created life on this planet. It's what will take it away if it wanted to.
Yeah, it's just chat. I'm the one non-furry in this room, I think. And it's hard to tell because I'm the one with the fucking, like, guy doing the talky thing right now. Copyright claim.
World professional tennis circuit. Stallone, Schwarzenegger, and Willis dominated the box office. Big Hair, Ronald Reagan, Iran-Contra, Pac-Man, Galaga, neon-drenched arcades littered with sweat-blotched quarters. And amongst all this, cartoonists Ken Fletcher and Reed Waller were working on their magazine, Booty, dedicated to
honestly, I feel like
art.
that Fred's video on this is a lot better. Monster Girls, okay. Also, I have... Wait, they did this art? Wait, hold up. I've got this as a sticker. I have this. Wait, is that actually done by them? Hold on.
This small niche exploded, giving people...
Yeah, I have that. Hold on. Well, I can't find it now. Yeah, no, I had it. It was for a band called Speedwolf, right? They had stickers that came with like the... Like, I bought something. I think it was a patch from them, right? They're really good. They're like, Motorhead on even more cocaine. What the fuck is the fifth video from the top? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rating how straight people say the F word. They mean the F slur. But yeah, no, it's got this exact image of that wolf guy. Here, hold on. I'm going to find it real quick. Hold on. I'm going to open up a private window to do that because what I'm going to have to search. Speed wolf sticker bark at the poon. Yeah. There it is. Like, immediately recognize that shit. And I had this, like, it's in the background of some old videos if you look. It was in, like, one of my metal frames. And they just give you this whenever you buy anything from them. This band slaps, by the way. We've got Rothko breakfast in the form of a gross looking sandwich. Yep. Like, is the full version of that image Wolfcock? Like, is there Wolfcock at the bottom? I really like the way that Rothko talks about art. But, man, his art sucks. You know, like, it's just not good. Like, the way he talks about arts and the way that he did that stuff was great. He can talk the talk, but can't walk the walk. Yeah. Really interesting guy to talk about art. But, yeah, not that, yeah. You have an artist's opinion on how most nerds talk about comic book authors and writers? I don't know how they talk about comic book authors and writers. I know there's a level of love/disdain, but that's about it. Like, reread. Rev, you have artist opinions how most nerds talk about comic book authors and writers. That didn't change the sentence at all. No, that's exactly what I read.
This is a fake brick. Clearly fake. This is a real brick. Oh. No. This is a real brick.
Rev talks about artists. You have artist opinions how most... I thought you were asking for my opinions. So, my opinion on Rothko saying, what did I say? I love the way he talks about art, but he sucks ass at it. That's how people, can I eat glue? There's nothing stopping you. There's nothing stopping you. You could eat glue right now. We do want your opinions, but yeah, you're an art nerd. Yeah, I know. I'm a very opinionated nerd. Part of me feels like I should have less opinions. Like, having an opinion on things seems to make things worse. I should... But also, people like my opinion on things, but also I... What the fuck? In Leo's defense, the leash and the football were in similar locations. Okay. What is this?
This is Fueki, the Japanese glue brand that has its own fan base. If you're like me, you're probably wondering what could possibly make a jar of glue so popular. Well, there's two reasons. First, this glue was a big deal when it was released about 40 years ago. At the time, formaldehyde was a commonly used ingredient in adhesives. Teachers needed glue that would be safe for young students who might be tempted to eat things that they aren't supposed to. That's why Fueki created a glue formulation that is both non-toxic and mostly consists of cornstarch. You could eat this whole container if you wanted to, but I wouldn't. The packaging is what makes it so memorable, though. Many
it seems
adults
asinine to get the stuff out, like especially with the ear bits.
Nostalgic when they see this little tiny yellow head that reminds them of their childhood. When you take the hat off of the little dog head and reach inside, there's a shovel to apply the glue. Overall, I thought the glue's texture was a little bizarre, and it took longer to dry than most glues I've used, but it works really well. Why am I so tempted to eat some, though? This is Fueki.
I think this has to be a cultural thing, but that's not a fucking dog? I'm pretty sure? Like, Is it because... Look at the long ears. That's a dog. What if it just has fucked up ears, man? I'm gonna send this to Mike without any explanation, sure. Let me just do that. Let's see what he thinks of that. Please don't. No, too bad. I already did. Yeah, I thought it was like a baby head.
Could you go bring me your leash?
Football.
Thank you, Leo. That's pretty close. Thank you, Leo. You know what? I could blow my nose.
A sock.
Thank you, Leo. You can never have too many dirty socks, I know.
What a sweet dog. I love it when there's cute dog in video. You know, that's great. I love seeing videos of animals, and dog is one animal type. Yeah. All right, so we got to scroll back down to where we were because it flipped all the way up a bit. We did the Doom bathroom. Okay, we keep going, we keep going. PNG remix, we did that, we did that, we did these, we did that. Sound design, we watched a bit of that video, and then we watched these, we watched that. Littlefoot has already doubled in size. What the fuck is Littlefoot? Cock? He's not gonna... Well, at least we can read this. Littlefoot has already doubled in size. He's not going to be little for much longer. I play with all 3 emus for hours each day in hopes to make them friendlier as they mature, because the last thing I want is a mean one. Man, that hopefully isn't about cock. Hopefully it's about an emu.
Prepare to be disappointed.
I'm the head of Assad Kizilbash. I'm here to welcome Assad Kizilbash. I'm Assad Kizilbash, one of the
That's stupid as fuck. I love that. Man, this guy's so good at these, dude.
newest members of the Kizilbash family. And today, I'm here to reveal some of the most revealing gameplay captured in space.
I mean, the spaceship looks cool.
Hey, Quincy.
We have come to inquire about our freak status.
I cannot tell you anything, Quincy, until you unlock the freaky frequency.
Disappointing. I do not like having secrets.
This map used to belong to the Galactic Guide.
Have you shown this to Morning Chai yet?
Space Guide. How do you two not know?
Hold on.
Well.
Yeah, they've seen it? Okay.
No legends matter.
How old are you now?
Old.
Wow.
We announced online multiplayer on PS5 last year. But first, we announced gameplay. But first, we announced PlayStation 5. But I'm here to reveal
there is no
online multiplayer yet. Agree? Yet.
I am prepared to bask in.
Hey, this is the Dart Cutter. Just wanted to say, this is the Dart Cutter.
Dart Cutter.
Dart Cutter.
Dart Cutter?
Yes, it's a Dart Cutter.
Dart Cutter, we have come to once again inquire about our freak status.
Yes.
From here on out, the freaks are on the job. But it's gonna be a real bad day for them.
I will hunt down these freaks, and I will hunt these freaks, and I will freak them out, and I will freak them.
No.
Was that?
Sorry.
Oh, come on. We crushed them. And then that. That was that. Oh,
that's gotta be that.
Well, whoa.
Like they almost had a game here. That guy, the green guy, he sucks to look at.
Galaxy
is that? Yeah, that's that. It's that. Ah, both.
He only got one of my legs.
Got him.
Like that green guy, I fucking hate. Amazing.
No.
Not gonna happen. What? Most people never get this?
Concourse, with an incredible Steam engine in PS5. But first, here's an extension cord. Enjoy.
That's stupid. Wait, why did Mr. Beast say the F slur? I know why, like, Goku did, but what was the context on that one? Just don't say, don't fucking... YouTuber, right, yeah, no, I forgot for a minute that, like, just YouTubers say slurs sometimes. Can you imagine being someone who records themselves every day and then not, like, thinking about how that might cause problems for you? This is gonna age horribly. Clip this for later use. When I get canceled for something, who knows what. Sorry about that in advance for whatever I did, unless I'm not, in which case I'm not sorry. I'm just saying don't say slurs on recording. You know? Maybe just don't do that. Don't provide evidence of you doing bad things. I did have a dream you freaked out because you were #1 trending on Twitter and Blue Sky. I wouldn't know what to do with that, I'll be honest. purged the link because this? Is he liking it? Get whapped? Kittens can do anything. We will let them do anything. You means you either did something really, really good or really bad to trend on both sides. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what you could do to actually trend on both sides.
Oh, Bubby found a problem. He's fixing it.
Good. Fixed. Good baby. Consider your bug fixed. You know what? Honestly, just fuck AI. If you need AI to code, you're weak. Use a cat instead. Your code will end up being better, unironically. Explain the code to your cat.
Wow. You managed to steal a top-secret type mobile suit Pro, a city-sized hole. Endanger your fellers. Endanger combat, and blow us. Impressive. I am impressed.
Even I'm impressed. They don't teach flight training.
You must be that young hot pilot. I can't believe how well you handled that mobile suit.
What the fuck is this source material? Did they make like a what are these called? FMV, like Gundam game? In America?
You have to let me know how well you handled that mobile suit. You have to... I'm Lieutenant Gun Cannon.
And I'm Lieutenant Mobile Suit. I'm impressed.
We have just, re-established, communications with, Bro headquarters.
Put the map on this monitor.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah.
During the attack, a moose struck our bridge with a missile, killing most of the officers.
That's the kind of news I wanna hear, bro. I am General Honey Sauce at Earth Sana. I am generally at Earth...
That's why I'm asking you to accept a commission.
And then we'll give you a tip. Yep.
Yep.
I found another mobile suit. It's white.
I'm almost at your position. We'll engage the mobile suit together.
No.
We cannot allow that to happen.
Acting.
No. Thank you, Colonel.
You are welcome.
Whew. That was some intense combat.
Man, the only way to watch a YouTube poop is to just make the sounds back at it. No, that's the bad guy in, I forget which, it's like the first Gundam.
Shush, you Draven crater.
Sus.
Metal guy may prove to be more useful to me than the horse.
Good.
Good! Bye!
If I am to die, it will be a death.
Yeah. And this is the next one up in the list anyway, so...
I have a date as soon as the video goes live. So just know that I'm skipping to the part where Hank ignites and explodes.
Yep.
Yep. Hilarious.
Oh.
This episode is brought to you by the letter.
I love that. I guess she has also gone through the process of, like, doing the subtitles correctly.
I'm sorry, that's really a... So? How can anyone trust what you say? The unfortunate reality is that Wilkins and Wontkins are publicly collaborators and enablers of the Flat Earth movement.
You think the Earth is flat? Not to me, it isn't. People like that need brainwashing.
Yard. Hard harm. The Flat Earth is in my own backyard.
The Flirth?
What do? Well, you throw a bunch of flat earthers into the car, drive out to the mountains, driving because you aren't old enough to bicycle, set up a very small TV on the side of the lake, and spend about 5-6 years watching the TV show, evens together until you are all friends who can trust one another. Obviously. And then you say, P.S., the Earth is round. Moron. It's largely persuading idiots by going out to the shore of Lake Wonka.
Okay, here we are at Lake Wonka.
Shut up. Shut up and get away from my house, Chris. We should talk about what Earth is. Like, what Earth really, 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 really is. Because it turns out that on a 30-degree day, there's going to be a lot of vape fluid coming off the surface of the lake, demonstrating there are the good, clean Christian drugs that are appropriate to take, and the rest, which is cigarettes. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Doesn't this smell just like a cigarette? No, you're wrong. Stop. It's a lot of fun poking fun at Flat Alf, but it's not that funny because the bottom line is that Flat Alf has been slowly bleeding for the last several years.
Good.
He is probably going to die soon.
Good.
This is serious. Pray about it and don't do it again.
The only sensible thing to
Pray
do
about
is
it
to
and don't do it again goes
entirely
really hard.
to Flat Alfie. Join me in my kitchen, have a spot at the table. You could eat a piece of pizza, the famous and popular food, but it doesn't actually feature soup, so that's kind of take it or leave it. You could eat a steak burger from Steak and Shake on July 22nd, 2023 at 2 p.m. Eastern Time in Huntington, West Virginia, localized entirely within your kitchen. But these are the stakes. I don't know what you'd call it, slop food, so that's kind of take it or leave it. You could eat chicken
Take
nuggets.
it or leave it.
It's
God.
about drive. It's about power. We stay hungry. We devour chicken nuggets, and it's something I find deeply fascinating. At the moment, the mainstream opinion in our society is that chicken nuggets are kind of gross.
They are.
It's all the fault of one pathetic nugget, which does not look delicious and appealing at all, but like, it's still food. It's not sauce, and it's popular with the kind of people who write Jamie Oliver text chicken nugget fan fiction. And make no mistake, you will have those nugs, because similar to dragons, in the Bible, God shows up and proves that they're delicious. Or you can
chicken
eat
nuggets
just on the far shore and just kind of look at, and who can blame you? Or and just are delicious.
Yum.
Fact, me hungry. Pipe 1.1
Fact, me
million
hungry.
more and just into my mouth right now. Nom, 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 delicious cookie.
What? No, it is not a cookie! It's an orange!
Yeah, but shut up.
So you can see the water. The water.
Honestly, it's kind of affecting me. It's a shame it's not an orange. If you strip naked when you're out there on the beach. Oh boy.
This is bear country, not just bear country. This is country bear country. So we got the bear.
Fortnite is an offshoot of Christianity where Alfonso Ribeiro is a primary theological figure, and thus God is Carlton. And the primary concern of God is the true nature of the Carlton dance, its origin, and its destiny. The two arms of Fortnite are the right and wrong. The game biases towards shot, pistol, rifle guns, basically becoming a contest of gaining several kilometers of unobstructed line of sight, or 11 feet. Close enough? Well, it's possible to play Fortnite. It's not possible for you to play Fortnite. You need to be able to buy all Fortnite battle passes every year that you'll simply never get because you only have 10 cents. that's barely double digits. It's highly unlikely that you'll actually get the battle pass, and I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to despair. I'm so far above your financial skill level that you're not even really playing Fortnite. Because you can't get the battle pass, the only game that you play is going to be 3 to...
Has anyone ever made a game that's just straight up pay to win and it says that it's pay to win from the get-go? Like, actively just is pay to win. You know? Like, doesn't beat around the bush, just like, yeah, no, this game is gonna be pay to win, and the idea is to flex who's the richest. Like, not that it's like... Not like Figure Fantasy or any of those, but literally like, wasn't there an FPS where you had to pay for more lives? Crypto games exist. Yeah, okay, but like, what if it was like also Warhammer 40k? Okay, yes and no. Yes and no. Roblox, Magic the Gathering. I mean, yeah, I guess a lot of there's a difference between a game that is pay to win. The culling, that was it. Okay, so what you guys are describing are games that are pay to win, and that's the mechanic. But what if that's not like it's not just the mechanic, it's also explicitly the point of the game. Like, this game is who is the richest motherfucker? Has that been made yet? That, say it again, Rev, that's capitalism. Right, yeah. Monopoly? No. You're playing it right now. I mean, yeah. You've invented capital. Okay. Okay, all right. Maybe I need to diagram this. I could be yet another coding YouTuber / streamer who spends more time doing things that aren't coding and spends a decent amount of time showing people things that he thinks are smart but are not via... I swear to God, I'm going to stop talking about the man. Gotta get you a voice changer. I don't even know if that's true, man. And I honestly don't care. I just wanted to know if his code was good or not and what was wrong with it, so I wouldn't do that as well. I should make my voice higher? I think I can. I think I can do stuff like that with this. Hold on, properties. Filters. Okay, there we go. I can add a filter or two. Let's see. I don't know what that does. Okay. Who the fuck knows what that does then? Anyway. Nodge used to get called out for being a shitty programmer when he streamed. Okay, so, like, anyway, what if, instead of whatever you guys are talking about, I'm going to talk about this thing. So, what if, okay, so, like... Hello? Oh, it's right-click to do it. That's such a weird design choice. Okay, so, the black background is literally just for meme reasons. Alright, so, like... Let's say that the game is about, like, I don't know, making towers, right? And it's called, like, I don't know, Financial Tower Wars or something. And, like, this is just a bad idea for a game. For $5, you can add a gun to your tower. Like, and that's a horrible gameplay loop. How would you convince anyone to play a game as shit as this? I guess you can't literally make it so that way the point of the game is just to spend more money than the opponent. You have to hide it behind other mechanics. The most degenerate gotcha got a huge loss, and then I lost her about my divorce. You could, I mean, yeah, I guess you have to be more clever about it. I mean, yeah, it would have to be like, I don't know how you would do that and make it actually like fun. Maybe it's because I don't actually like doing in-app purchases. Rich people don't care about fun. Literally every leaderboard in Tycoon games on mobile.
In 2018, I made a video where I asked the question, what if...
Okay.
In 2018, I made a video where I asked the question, what if Donkey Kong Country used DK's original Shigeru Miyamoto design? It did decently
It's something
well,
like
but
that,
shortly
Chatting
after
Wolf.
the video released, Nintendo ported Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze to the Switch, and fans noticed that Nintendo massively redesigned Donkey Kong's nostrils.
And you can definitely see how much more prominent his nostrils are from this perspective as
What the
opposed to the
fuck?
Wii U version.
Of course, this was a huge deal, and with the combination of Donkey Kong Country and his radical new redesign trending, I guess the algorithm favored me or something, and the video got a million...
Who fucking cares? What?
...million views. 7 years later, the Switch 2 was announced, and Donkey Kong was redesigned again. You know, a little more dramatically this time, and now the video has 2 million views, which is like 2 million more than I ever expected it to get, so thank you all so much for watching. And so I've wanted to do this for a while, but as a little celebration for the 2 million views, and because I'm really hyped on Donkey Kong right now, I just thought that I would show you all how I made it step by step, so
That
hopefully someone out there can use this for
looks
something
cursed,
cool.
man.
It also gave me an excuse to remaster the sprites with the benefit of hindsight and finally fill out the entire sprite sheet, which I've uploaded to the Spriters resource for anyone to use, link in the description. Now, I did include a tutorial in the description of my other video, but I know that some people, like myself, are visual learners, and the comment section
Also,
has
no one
shown me
reads
that
the descriptions.
No one reads the description, otherwise I wouldn't have a million people asking me for a link to the ROM hack. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
It's just a mock-up. I wish this was a ROM hack. Though somehow that was second to the most prominent comment I received. Cranky Kong Country? So is this technically Cranky Kong Country? I guess that would make this Cranky Kong Country, and his stupid son Donkey Kong Jr.? Fun fact, this is actually Cranky Kong in his youth, not DK's supposed original design, as it's Jr. who's actually the DK we know today.
What?
Now believe it or not, that actually ties in with the first part of this tutorial. Step 0, the idea. Here's the thing, Cranky Kong is very funny. The whole idea that Donkey Kong III is the grandson of the original arcade Donkey Kong who grew up into an old man that complains about video games today not being as good as the ones in his day, like, it is like my favorite joke in any Nintendo game, and it is a really funny piece of lore to explain why the Donkey Kong IP
Would you eat a gorilla meat hot dog? Yeah, sure, fuck it, why not? I don't know any gorillas. I don't have any personal, like, opinions towards gorillas one way or another. I'd eat a fucking hot dog. Like, the thing about hot dogs is the less you know about how they're made, the better you feel about eating them. So, like, it starts to be a little uncomfortable when you remind me that this is actually meat. But, you know.
had a dramatic new redesign, and presumably can even be used to explain why the main character of the franchise isn't a villain anymore. You know, Donkey Kong never kidnapped anyone, it was his grandpa. It also hilariously plays into that 90s trend of rebelling against the old people who want to listen to their gramophones, but move over, Grandpa, I want to dance to my stereo.
Parents just don't understand.
But anyway, my what if wasn't about the in-universe canon. My video was inspired by a meta-thought on how strict Nintendo is with its IPs, and how incredible it was that at some point in time, Nintendo let some other company in some other country.
No, we had this one for a bit. I was using this one actually before Tri made the good one. And it's part of the reason that the design that Tri did is the way it is that she took inspiration from this, which took inspiration from this, which took inspiration from Little Cat's attempt of drawing of my little guy that I made for the logo of my channel, and went from there. So, you know, there's that. I believe it was Little Cat's design. I was like, that's pretty good.
Characters a completely new look that lasted for decades. And at the time, I just never thought we'd see anything like that again, especially since the internet tends to overreact to even minor changes.
There was a difference?
And especially since we were at the tail end of the new Super Mario Bros. Era.
It is me, Mario.
The idea for the video was, what if Nintendo was more controlling over its IP and demanded a more faithful translation of their designs into 3D? But yes, it is also Cranky Kong Country, technically, and that is actually very funny. Anyway, this is step 0 because I figure everyone watching this already kind of has an idea of what they want to do. Maybe you want to add new funky mode to Donkey Kong Country 1, maybe you want to add Big the Cat to Sonic 3D Blast, maybe you have your own original idea, or maybe you're just here to have a good time and see how things get made. So let's get right to the point. How did I make it? Step 1.
Let's get right to the point 3.5 minutes into the fucking video. Thank you, YouTube, for doing the thing that I knew you were gonna do.
Research and gather reference. This may not feel like it's a real first step, but it's actually very important. I spent a lot of time looking at behind-the-scenes videos and studying the renders to figure out how to achieve that gross 90s CG look. Also at this stage, I had to make decisions like, do I keep the tie that was present in the Game Boy games, but not the original arcade? Yes, because it was in the original facts that Miyamoto sent to Rare for what they wanted DK to look like. I also decided that since Diddy was originally going to be DK Jr. until Nintendo said that the design was too different, I figured I'd just make him DK Jr. Again, the idea for the video was that Nintendo would be more controlling, and instead of saying, the design's too different, change the name, they'd say, the design's too different, change the design. Oh, and for those of you who are wondering what Cranky would look like in this hypothetical game, probably something like this.
What the hell?
And K. Rool would probably be Wario. Anyway, I don't know what you plan to make with this tutorial, but my point is to study, observe, and learn as much as you can from things similar to what you want to make. It's so important I'm actually going to keep calling back to this step throughout the entire tutorial, especially in the next one. Step 2, modeling. Okay, first of all, I'm using Maya, but everything that I'm doing can be done in any other program. Also, this is not going to be an in-depth modeling tutorial, but let's cover some of the basics of what I did. When we look at our reference images, we can see that in Donkey Kong Country 1, the style that I'm emulating, the models didn't have smooth skinning. They were all solid shapes wedged into each other. Hence DK's weird butt here, answering once and for all that butt is legs. This quirk is actually incredibly common in 3D graphics of the era, from Mario RPG to Sonic 3D Blast, and even in DK's TV show.
I'm hearing voices in my head! What should I do?
So my upper arm
I was looking for his ass and I never saw it.
At the elbow to connect them. Same with the knee. Also, the models didn't have fur, at least in the first one. Instead, they had procedural fractal textures that act as height maps, and that's super easy to do in any 3D software.
Right.
Also, as a tip, this was my initial fractal, which looks good in big renders, but when it's turned into a sprite, you can barely see it. I recommend making everything just a little bit bigger and bolder than you think it needs to be, even if it looks wrong at this scale. I also added a sort of Fresnel with a red tint to the face to give more warmth to the skin. It honestly doesn't look good on the model at this scale, but it makes a huge difference in the final renders.
I don't know what that is.
In Maya, plug a ramp into color, delete the UV node, create a sampler node, press this menu thingy a few times, and then plug the facing ratio into the V channel. Now I can adjust the ramp's colors. And this is something I had to go back and fix after I already made them into sprites, but I noticed that the skin-colored hands were getting lost against the skin-colored chest. So I gave the hands a new material and gave the ramp a much darker shade of red. Again,
that makes sense.
When you're making the sprites, you're going to want to exaggerate things. Now, if you wanted to be truly authentic to the time period, then technically everything should be modeled with NURBS, but I only recommend doing that if you're insane. Now that the character is modeled, rig it up however you like. This should be relatively easy given that most objects can just be parent constrained or have all their weights flooded at 100% to a single joint. Though for this I did cheat a bit. I made his tie able to bend, his hair can bend, and for some reason I guess I made his fingers bend. I gotta disagree with my past self on this. I think it would have been better to make them separate models.
I've been kind of thinking about changing the design of the bad guy, the fella, into my game. I don't know if he's original enough. I've been staring at him too long, I think. Also, the reason I bring it up, hate weight painting. Well, the thing is that I just like keep the abilities he's got and like the description accurate. The finger is very unique. That's the devil talking. Don't listen. Okay. All right. Okay.
Models, but they're so small you can't really even see the difference in the sprites, so who cares? But also, real quick, look how creepy they look in our reference images. They're just so bony and gross. I also added a few blend shapes to the face to give them some personality. And once it's all rigged, we can move on to step 3, animating. But actually, there's a few things you gotta do first. I'm not 100% sure how Blender works, but if you're in Maya, I highly recommend setting up a base file that you reference into your animation files, and I recommend you set it up like this. 3A, camera setup. First, I would recommend posing your character into whatever you would consider to be the default idle pose. Put in a camera with a high-ish focal length to flatten the image. It depends on what you're making. If it's isometric, it's probably going to be as flat as you can get it, but it's up to you. But I'm guessing you probably don't want it to be wide angle. I changed it from the default 35 to 60 since I wanted it a little bit flatter, but still with a little bit of foreshortening. I also angled it 45 degrees. Since it's a side scroller, you might think that you want a 90-degree angle, putting the characters in a perfect profile view, and that might work for some styles, but looking at the original Donkey Kong Country from Diddy
it's
to
not
the Kremlins,
quite.
we can see that they cheated the characters to the camera to make them more expressive. 45 might be a little intense, and for some poses I actually did have to swing the camera 90 degrees to be more in profile, but again, it all depends on what you're going for. Now, set the render resolution to 1K square. We're going to shrink it down later, but for now, we just want to have that square shape in the camera. And now with the camera selected, go to the attribute editor, and under display options,
This is
turn
a really
on
cool way of
display
doing
resolution. Personally, I like to set the gate mask color to black and the opacity to 1, but that part's optional. Point is, now you can see the square. Also, make sure to resize the window so nothing's getting cropped. 3B, resolution. Now that your camera is set up, you're going to want to figure out what size your sprites are. On the Super Nintendo, sprites are stored in 8x8 pixel tiles, and those can be combined together to create the final larger sprite. I personally recommend watching Game Hut/Coding Secrets video, Crushing Sonic to an Impossible Size, to see some of the challenges they dealt with back in the day. Anyway, my point in saying all that is that I don't believe there's a set size that a sprite needs to be, but Donkey Kong's sprite in resting position is around 40 by 40 pixels, though it varies wildly depending on the pose, sometimes going up to around 70 pixels. In order to make sure that my sprites would retain this general size, I modeled a grid with 64 by 64 squares, and I lined it up with the camera. That way I would know where every pixel would be after I shrunk the image. Then I made a 40 by 40 square, and I lined up everything so that DK was approximately the size of this square, and all the extra pixels around him are wiggle room for animation. For some reason, when I did this 7 years ago, I think I must have miscalculated something, but every sprite was enormous and needed to be shrunk down an additional 90% after the fact, and even then it was still a little bit too big. And then when I was making this tutorial, my first test sprites came out way too small because I was trying to fit a standing Donkey Kong into the same box as a hunched over Donkey Kong. So my new tip for you is to grab a sprite from your reference, turn it into a material with the filtering set to none, and put it on a plane, and then adjust the camera distance until your character standing next to the sprite feels natural. 3C, lighting. I would also suggest that you set up your lighting here in this scene for consistency. And don't worry about making the lighting look good with bounce lights or anything.
Yeah, you don't need that shit.
This was the 90s.
Yeah.
I just used 2 directional lights, one as a key that casts shadows and one as a fill. And even then, I tried not to kill the key shadows too much because if you look at the original sprites, the shadows do go all the way to black. It also looks like the lighting from the original Donkey Kong Country is coming from above the camera based on how the shadows act. 3D, fix in your model. And now that you have the camera and grid in place, the resolution figured out, and the character posed how they would appear in the game, I would actually recommend tweaking your model slightly. For example, I made the pupils take up a little over a pixel in width. That way they're less likely to disappear when we shrink it to low resolution. And while animating, I also took care to snap the eyes to the grid whenever possible, at least on key poses. I also tried to ensure that in key poses, the pupils had a pixel of white separating each other to avoid the Cyclops effect I got on some sprites 7 years ago. And even though in HD it makes sense for the eyes to have a little highlight, when it was shrunk, I realized that the highlight was really messing things up.
Yeah, because it's going to show up as white.
Black surface shader. And same with the whites around the eyes. I didn't want the shadows on the eyes to lessen the contrast, so I gave them a pure white surface shader. I also removed a tuft of hair to ensure that there was a pixel of space between the head and the top tuft. And I stuffed some fur-colored cylinders up his nose so that the nostrils would be a little bit darker, but I didn't make them black because I didn't want them competing with the eyes in terms of contrast.
I see.
I didn't do this with the sprite 7 years ago, and you can barely see his nostrils. And we all know how important Donkey Kong's nostrils are.
It looks like he got a nose job.
And on DK Jr., do you see these strands of hair? No, you don't.
Did people actually care about his nose? Like, is there something fucking wrong with Nintendo fans? Like, are they doing like a Disney adult thing? I know that people care about everything, but just like, they don't seem to care about things that matter. I mean, like, clearly I'm the arbiter of everything that matters, which is why I'm saying this, but people boycotted Sega when they made Sonic's eyes green. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, the difference between Nintendo and Disney is getting thinner and thinner every day, and now it's like Disney adults are yeah. And I was joking about being the arbiter of all things because, obviously, but
so I increased the thickness. I also realized that his leotard looks fine in T-pose, but it's really low cut once he bends over, so I raised the neckline and I added the iconic J, though actually I made it a T, that way it can be mirrored. I considered doing the V from Mario Kart, but I just like the T better. This whole process is a back and forth of modifying the model, testing it as a sprite, modifying it some more, which is why it's important to have your animation files referencing the same base file. That way you can make any modifications you want to this base file at any time and it'll update all the animation files, where you can then test how it looks in the different poses. So create a new file, reference in the base file,
so
and
the
then
trick
set the
is
render
to just like
resolution
do
to 1K,
the
and then save this file as
I'm gonna have to weight my model, aren't I? Like, because I've tried to do a few animations with it and it's real chunky, man.
3E, animation. And here's a tip for animating. I downloaded the sprite sheet of Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong and
is that like a thing? Is there someone I could pay to weight models for me? Isn't when they changed Sonic's arms when Chris Chan pepper sprayed a guy? What? You might want to add more bones. I just don't know where you go to pay someone. Check Fiverr? I mean, yeah, let's check Fiverr. Fiverr. Model weight rigging. I will 3D model in Blender for animation and game engines. Yeah, I got it. I will 3D model and correctly assign weights to your rig. I will rig your 3D model in Blender for animation. That sounds right. I mean, how do I know that he's doing it, though? I guess you would go off the likes. Yeah, so you can just pay someone and then I don't have to. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna save this so I remember that I don't actually have to do that shit.
All the animations match 1-to-1 with the amount of frames that the original animation had. But for those of you who commented that my animation was too smooth to look authentic, you are partially correct. My walk cycles and most other things have the correct amount of frames, but for example, his chest pounding idle animation, I counted 51 frames in the sprite sheet, and then I animated something with 51 frames, not realizing that some of these frames were the same frames played in reverse and some are looped. Oops. So I have fixed this in the new sprite sheet. If you're making your own thing, I recommend looking into different sources to see how many frames.
Yeah,
a particular
probably you have to
animation
credit them as
has,
well, but
and it's up to you, but I would err on the side of less frames and place some of the animations in reverse for the authentic memory-saving experience. And other than that, just don't forget your basic principles of animation, squash and stretch, timing and spacing, anticipation, arcs, etc. One thing I realized while redoing my sprites is, you know how Mario is wearing those overalls to separate his arm from his body in those tiny 16 by 16 pixel sprites?
Sure.
Well, that's probably why Donkey Kong Jr. wears a leotard. So what the heck was I doing with this original default pose? The shoulder strap needs to be visible, that's the whole point of his design. I was completely neglecting the appeal principle of animation. And like I said earlier, make sure that key poses have important parts like the eyes aligned to the grid as best as you can. Here's some bonus cute details I put into the sprites though. Instead of slamming the ground, DK stomps the ground as a reference to him doing that in the arcade and the Game Boy game. DK beating his chest is posed exactly how it is in the arcade. Instead of doing an overhand barrel throw, I have him do an underhand barrel throw, which matches the pose of the original arcade. The pose of him riding the metal barrel is taken directly from Miyamoto's concept art. When he discovers that his banana horde is missing, I posed him like the Game Boy game's upset pose. DK Jr. jumps in the same pose that he does in the arcade. DK Jr.'s victory hops are taken from the Game Boy game. Both of their dying animations are also taken from the games. And the DK on the game select screen is a reference to the How High Can You Get screen from the arcade. Step 4. Rendering. First, you're
this is
going to
made
want
with
a
a
clean
lot of
and
love,
crisp
yeah.
render. I recommend rendering at least 4 times bigger than you need, but the bigger the better, as long as it's a power of 2, since that'll help make it cleaner when we shrink it down. I want the final size to be 64 by 64, so the 1K square option works perfectly for me, since 124 by 124 is 16 times bigger than 64 by 64. The reason that we need to render it big is because if we were to render it at 64 by 64, Maya's filters would make it way too blurry to use.
Yeah, okay,
I know
fair
I've seen
enough.
people
That's like
in
a
Blender
thing.
can render at this resolution and it looks fine with the right settings, but I couldn't find the equivalent settings in Maya, but either way we have to export it out to Photoshop anyway, and shrinking the images there is trivial. Also, for the render, don't worry about using Arnold or anything fancy. Maya software is fine, and actually, I got my best results making play blasts output as PNG sequences. Again, these are supposed to be mind-boggling 90s computer graphics.
Sure.
Oh, and don't forget to hide the custom grid that you made, and the Maya grid, and the HUD when you're making a play blast. Step 5. Photoshop. Now that everything's rendered, it's finally time to make it look like a Super Nintendo sprite. First, I'm going to show you what needs to happen to an individual image, that way you can customize it for your needs, and then afterwards I'll show you how you can automate this process for every single sprite at once. Also, please note that I'm using Photoshop CS6, so yours may look different, and if you don't want to pay a monthly subscription to Adobe, but you missed out on buying CS6 back in 2017, there are cheap or free alternatives that can do the same thing, but unfortunately I don't believe that this works in Clip Studio Paint. The first thing you want to do is load up one frame of your animation.
Didn't like Adobe recently announce something where it's like they have the right to monitor your work for content moderation or something? Apparently H Bomber Guy's next video is about Adobe. Ooh boy, that's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be a good one.
And shrink it to the size that you want.
Pay to get
in my
spied
case,
on.
64 by 64.
And so that way they can use AI based on the work you do.
Neighbor for the crunchy pixel effect, but based on some recent experiments, I think that bilinear filtering may be the way to go. At first, using bilinear scared me because it made things blurry and I wanted it to look like pixel art at every step in the process.
Because they've run out of things to steal.
Gets fixed in the later steps,
so they have to steal stuff as soon as it's being made, I guess.
The next thing you want to do is go to Image, Mode, and then set it to Indexed Color. Under the palette, choose Local Perceptual or Local Selective. I don't know the difference, and it honestly doesn't matter. Set the colors to 16, and then turn on Transparency. Super Nintendo sprites are only able to have 16 colors, and that includes one of the colors being 100% transparent. If you want 8-bit graphics like DKC GBC, just set the color to 4 colors, with the transparency as one of them. And honestly, you'll probably want to adjust the levels and stuff to get better contrast, but, you know, that's beyond the scope of this tutorial. Now set the palette to Custom and fine-tune your palette from there. There are resources that can tell you what colors different consoles can display, and lucky for me, I could just copy Donkey Kong's palette directly. Another option to play around with is to set your dithering to either None for sharp edges on your gradients, Diffusion for some dithering, Pattern for your dithering to follow a pattern, and Noise for more chaotic dither. This all depends on the style that you're going for. Here's a table of what all the different dithering methods look like paired with how we shrunk the sprites. For me, I personally found that no dithering was best because of the fine detail on this
Diffuse is
character.
probably the second
But if you
best
had like a
one.
large flat surface, I think dithering could add some interesting texture to it. Once you have your look down, make sure to click OK, but then close without saving because we are not going to be doing this by hand for every single sprite. Step 6, Automation. Okay, open up a new blank document that's whatever size your renders are, in my case 1024 by 1024, and make sure that it's RGB colors. In the Actions window,
Is
you're
this
going to want to
interesting
click
for
the
anyone
folder
else, or is
icon
it
to
just
make a new
me?
set of actions and call it, I don't know, Snesify. Note, if you don't have an Actions window, open it under Windows Actions. Now, click the little page icon to create a new action and name it something
It's fascinating.
like,
Okay, cool.
SNES. It will now record any actions that you do. So go to Image, Image Size.
I believe
and
you
shrink it
can
down
do
to
this
the
with GIMP,
resolution you
yes.
need. In my case,
I've
64
never
by
bothered
64,
doing this,
using either
but yes, you
bilinear or
can.
nearest neighbor, depending on what you want. And now you can see that it recorded image size, width 64, bicubic, etc. Then you go to Image, Mode.
I should probably have
Index
something
color,
like this set
and
up
because we
for Town
clicked
of
OK
Nowhere.
earlier, the palette should be set to Previous, which is what we want. And then you can adjust the dithering if needed. Click OK and you'll see that it recorded
Like, I knew it
Convert
originally
Mode.
was a 3D model, and then they, like, crustified it. It never really occurred to me how fucking annoying that would have been back in the day. Like part of me understood it, but, like, you gotta, like, use, like, what were they using for the... Was the weird node thing he was talking about? You can't just make a regular 3D model back in the day, because, like, they weren't doing that. They also made Toy Story. Same PCs, Jesus
with the panel
Christ.
set to Previous. And last
That explains
thing,
why they
go
look
to
like that,
Image,
though.
Mode,
Both
and set it back to RGB.
have that shading.
One thing I learned the hard way is that a lot of programs like After Effects don't like indexed color files. So for most purposes, you're going to need to convert them back to RGB. Now click the Stop button in the Actions window to stop recording, and you now have a series of steps that Photoshop can follow. So let's use them. Close out of this blank document without saving and go to File, Automate, Batch. It'll ask you what set and what actions you want to perform and on which files. Choose the folder with your renders and then choose your destination folder. Set your naming conventions. I'm just saving them in the same folder with the same name, so it'll overwrite itself.
Okay.
But you may want to save them in a different folder to keep the original renders. It's up to you. Click OK and let it do its thing. While we wait, did you know? Donkey Kong can spend 5 days and 5 nights in the first level.
What?
And there you go. You now have pre-rendered 3D 16-bit graphics. You can go in and adjust them by hand if you notice any weirdness. It'll probably mostly be around finer details like the eyes, but all in all, it's a relatively simple process. And hey, even if you're not a CG artist, keep in mind, you don't actually need to make these images with Maya or Blender. Clay Fighter did stop-motion animation with actual clay, and Mortal Kombat famously compressed photos of live-action people into their game.
Yeah.
You can probably do it too with a camera, a green screen, and some trial and error. Point is, be creative, have fun, make something. And if you guys do make something cool
If you
with this,
use
let us
AI,
all know
we'll
in the
hate you
comments.
forever.
I probably won't see all of them, but it's better than reading "Where's the ROM hack?" over and over. Speaking of which... Okay, this was supposed to be the part of the video where I reveal that I actually did make a ROM hack for you guys, but as much as I'd love to do that, and as much as I tried, I just couldn't. There's a pretty amazing graphics editor out there by Rainbow Sprinkles that I tried, but unfortunately, like I mentioned earlier, the graphics are chopped into tiles, so edits to the character need to fit within those boxes. Now, what's really cool with this editor is that you can move the boxes around, so theoretically at least, you could move the boxes around for every single sprite by typing in the hexadecimal position for every single box on every single frame, and then pray that you have enough boxes to cover the new sprite that you made. See, what I would really need is for a program that can import the image, automatically chop it into tiles, and then place them appropriately, adding and removing new tiles whenever needed. And it would honestly probably have to extend the ROM so that there's room. So, I apologize to everyone, but as a consolation, I've uploaded all the sprites to the Spriters resource for you to use however you want.
Someone can figure it out.
All the sprites this time. I uploaded the DK sprites years ago, but because I only made whatever sprites were necessary for that video, it was missing actions like swimming and climbing, and I didn't even upload DK Jr. for whatever reason. But I went and I remastered all the sprites and then animated new ones, so they should match the game 1-to-1. Hopefully someone out there smarter than me can make that ROM hack. And
Early
we'll end
fighting
things here with
games
a
use
bit
this kind of sprite
self-indulgence.
data to code
Here's the remake of
hitboxes.
my old
That's what it
video
looks
with the
like.
updated sprites. Thanks for watching.
If you're really careful with your tiles, you can squeeze extra colors onto your sprite. Notably, Mario in Super Mario Bros. 3 uses an extra sprite to give him the whites of his eyes. That is wild. Yeah, where's the ROM hack? The odd motion capture. Oh, God. The sprite on the right is better. Yeah, this one is crusty. I'm gonna hit the piss. I'm gonna piss. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. Gonna get some water while I'm up. It's much cooler in here today. It's only 82. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. Have some music. I think I set it to loop, hopefully. Sorry that took so long. I considered... Sorry, I went to the bathroom and then I looked at the tub and I'm like, the tub's a little dirty. I should probably clean that. And then I was like, wait a minute. I'm in the middle of doing something. I don't have time to do that. But then I was like, well, it would be nice to clean the bathroom. I'm sure my wife would appreciate it. And then I remembered that ADD has a... I learned this recently. Apparently, fatigue is a symptom of ADHD. So there's that. Stream the tub cleaning. It's kind of gross right now. I do really need to clean it. It just needs like a spray down, but that's like a thing that I got to do while like I can shut the door for a while. So like the cats have to have just gone to the bathroom and then I can like shut the door for a bit. It's anyway. I resin printed a statue of life-size Luffy. Neat. I don't think my stomach can take that shit right now, man. Let the cats help clean. They're gonna hop into a tub that's got like bleach and shit. I need them to not help.
Walls, floors, tabletops and so on in Blender. Add a plane, add some loop cuts, add some more cuts using the knife tool, and you can also dissolve edges with Ctrl X with edge selection enabled. In object mode, add the edge split modifier and set the angle to 0. This will split all edges. Next, the smooth modifier, set the factor to a very low value, which will create gaps. Then the solidify modifier, which adds thickness. And lastly, the bevel modifier to bevel the edges. Here use a very low amount value and set the segments to something like 2. Now right click, shade smooth and enable harden normals under shading in the bevel modifier settings to get a clean surface. Now you can add or dissolve cuts in edit mode and everything will adapt automatically. Bonus tip, apply the edge split modifier, then go to edit mode, enable vertex selection, go to select, select random, adjust the ratio and random seed down here, then go to mesh transform randomize and adjust the amount to get these slightly uneven planks. And there you have it.
This could be a I mean, yeah, that could just be a shader. It's not that I hate the video, I just don't really... I mean, I guess I can watch it, but like, isn't that the whole video in of itself is like, they 3D printed, they have a 3D printer and they spent their time and money 3D printing it?
I have 3 things. 1, a giant...
I have more than 3 things. Not to brag. To name them? I've got a slinky in my hand right now. I've got this thing. I don't know how to describe it, but it's another like little fidget thing.
Giant resin printer.
And then I got
2,
this
a
thing.
one-piece obsession.
And a controller.
And 3, free will. So when your hobby becomes your job, it's often hard to find something to do in your free time that you don't turn into work. And don't get me wrong, I'm very thankful that my hobby is my job. It's a blessing. But I find...
Hold up, I just had an ADD moment. God, $84. And they have to be on bases now. It's like 160 mil or something? Like, part of me is like, look, I can just buy models for the fun of building and painting them. But this model is gonna go to Legends. There's no fucking way that it does not go to Legends. You know? It's temporarily out of stock because, like, everyone hates this model except for me. What do you mean it needs to be on bases now? Okay, so the Defiler was not on a base originally. You used to be able to play it without a base. Yeah, there are some models that are like that. Mostly vehicles. I think almost entirely vehicles. There's like a handful of monsters from Forge World that have the rule. But like Stompa doesn't have a base. And so to like determine like whether or not you're in contact with them, you literally have to be in physical contact with them. I've got some like tanks, I've got a truck. Like trucks and rhinos are the same way, but now this is on like 160 mil or something. I don't even know what they sell that shit. 160 millimeter. Like that's a huge fucking base, man. What is that in inches? What is 160 millimeters in inches? 6 inches. 6.2 inches. It's got a move speed of 8, man. It's got a fucking move speed of 8. Hold on. It's also $9 for... Yeah, you would just buy one off the internet. I've used 3D printed bases in, like... I've shown them off at, like, GW stores. They don't notice the difference because, like, you can just buy one that has the correct angle. What the fuck? Why is it so big? I guess that's right. Sorry, I'm doing a thing because I'm having a moment. Let's do the Pry and Nexus ones instead. Yeah. Let's say you're standing here, right? And you want to move 8 inches because that's his move speed. You can't do it. You can't land on that shit. You'd have to go around even He's never going to be usable, man. Why'd they do that to my boy? Sorry. We were watching this one about this. Like, I have no reason to buy that now. Well, he's got an ability where he ignores walls that are shorter than like 4 inches or something like that. And enemy models. But how the fuck does he clear when he's got a 6 and like 1/4 inch base and he's got an 8-inch move? Legitimately, how the fuck does he get over things? Like, if you're right next to a model and the model is big, like, okay, hold on. If your model is, let's say it's 6 1/4 exactly, and then you can move 8 inches, that means that the size of an enemy base can't be more than 0.75 because you have to stay outside of an inch of them as well. So you literally can't use the ability that it's got, which allows it to move over models, because it can't move over models because it's not fast enough.
Making minifigures as an awesome hobby on the side. It's fun, it's relaxing, it's also stress inducing. And I promised myself I wouldn't turn it into something work related. This would just be for me. So here I am turning it into content anyway. So this... Now I have a Formlabs 3L and it works great, but this all really started when Formlabs released their Form 4L. So we moved the 3L from there to there. You want to check the clearance on here? We got none, and then on the other side we have none.
3, 2, 1. Oh! Did you hear my knees?
The 4L has both a big...
Oh man, when I was going down the stairs after stream yesterday, it was legit like Rice Krispie treats. Just for the first 2 steps going down, I'm like, oh god.
Your build volume and prints 4 times as fast. And Formlabs had said, hey, you got any ideas for anything large to resin print? And at the time, I just so happened to be getting into this little minifigures hobby. So naturally, my brain went, life-size figure. And then they somehow trusted me with this printer and 30 liters of resin. Should they have? I don't really know.
30 liters of resin? How much is 3D printing resin? Sure, Amazon, fuck it. $100 grams? But I don't need the weight of it, I need the liquid of it. If only someone had figured this out in some sort of meaningful way. That's a $50 jug. Okay, so $150.
Thank you for enabling my crippling obsession for Mubs. I'll probably be needing therapy after this. Now, speaking of my
you need a doctor because it's not ventilated.
crippling obsession, some of you have noticed the 50 different One Piece hoodies I've been wearing throughout my YouTube videos. And for those of you that don't know, One Piece is a 1,000 episode long anime about pirates. The main character, Luffy, who's practically ADHD in human form, collects his own pirate crew, including members like a talking reindeer, a talking skeleton, and a cyborg that refuses to wear pants, and sets off in search for the legendary treasure referred to as the One Piece. Now, the author of this story, named Oda, recently became the 7th best-selling author in all of human history. So if
over J.K. Rowling. Fuck yeah. Fuck yes. Fuck Jackass Rowling. And furthermore, you know what? One Piece says being trans is not a fucking choice. It's just a thing that happens. You just happen to be trans sometimes. And it's not a big deal. Everyone should just, like, not make it a fucking big deal. That's what he says. Even the bad guy. Even the bad guy is like, I love my fucking weird ass son. He's got a huge baps and everyone's weird about it, but you know what? I love my weird son.
You hadn't heard of it, now you have. But with all that said, I wanted to make a life-size Luffy figure. In order to do this, we gotta come up with a design first and foremost. Now this is my friend Kev, or Vec3D as he goes by on Instagram. Him and several of my friends, including Dan, run a website for 3D models called Wireframe that consists of STL files for things like helmets, swords, other props, and even full-sized Iron Man armors with built-in motorization.
Whoa.
I've known these guys for years, they do awesome work, and if you've seen any of the props I build on Instagram, it's typically modeled by one of them, and it's probably on Wireframe. So if you want good printing files, shameless little plug for them, please go support my friends. You now know where to go. Kev, though, specifically shares my love for One Piece and has been a big contributor to my obsession. And since I've gotten into figure making, he's been modeling his own figures too. So it was only a matter of time that we would collaborate on something like this. We initially looked at some existing figures to get some inspiration and decided on the version of Luffy we wanted to make. And after a lot of planning, we settled on this pose. I gave Kev pretty much free reign over textures and other details as he was the artist.
God, it looks so fucking legit.
And after a couple of weeks of off and on modeling, we ended up with this. Now the overall process is gonna look something like this. First, we resin print the piece. Look at his face. Then we take it off, remove the supports, place it in the washing machine that cleans off all the excess resin with isopropyl alcohol. Then we put it in a curing machine to completely cure anything else. Afterwards, we sand off the imperfections from the attached supports. We prime the piece, we fill and sand any remaining imperfections, and afterwards we paint it. And we're gonna have to do that with every single one of these. But don't worry, I'm not gonna show you every single one. I'm not gonna bore you to death. Look how, this is my head. This is my head, behind it completely. Look at the supports that came off of this. This came off in one go.
That's a lot of, I mean, you can't not. I don't know if you can like salvage the stuff. I think once you've printed it, you've printed it.
Would you say it's One Piece?
And don't worry, all of these parts are printed hollow with some infill on the inside and a drain hole so I can rinse everything.
Can I go home now?
He's so cool! Hello, gamer.
Oh, dude, it's perfect.
It's so good! Now, the other concern here is structure. Luffy is canonically like 5'8" and super skinny, meaning these tiny little twigs of ankles have to hold up literally everything. So me and Kev worked together to decide the placement of a bunch of PVC pipes. With these through his legs, torso, and the top part of his arms, we should be able to make everything fairly steady and secure, but still have it such that it can be disassembled. Because of that, I knew I wanted the ankles to be printed solid around the PVC pipe. So I ended up printing them instead, since I didn't want to have to print them in solid resin. And they're smooth enough to sand anyways. This is not going anywhere. Nice to meet you.
I don't want to. Boy!
No, he's got like one hand down here and then his other hand on his hat.
So did you just YOLO this entire thing by like printing all these parts without doing a small scale test?
You think I should
Bruh! Oh god.
change out this alcohol?
How long have you had it in there?
Like a year and a half. Formlabs does a good job of telling you when it's time to do maintenance, when it's time to clean certain things out, and I just ignore it. Oh, and I hadn't changed out the isopropyl alcohol in my washing machine for over a year, so
Are you gonna use this alcohol?
what do you want it for?
Sip, sip.
You're not drinking it! That needed to be done. Now,
Yeah.
the only downside to this hobby I've picked up is it's pretty time consuming, and I have this awful habit of going to the garage to work on it, and oh no, 8 hours have passed and I haven't eaten a meal. This has
Yeah,
been a
that's
pretty
real.
constant problem for most of my life, and I know it's absolutely awful for me, which is why having ready-to-eat meals has been a big part of me taking care of myself while I'm working code 50 ETE to get the building. I feel like I shouldn't be touching.
Oh fuck, I should probably check my email. Man, today's a problem. Oh. Okay.
These. The top part of the chest finished. Oh my gosh. It looks kind of weird and disproportional because we actually cut off part of the shoulders to attach the vest, so the chest actually didn't need to be the size of an actual chest. Even though I'm hollowing out these parts, it's still using a decent amount of resin, so it's probably worth mentioning I'm using Formlabs' resin pumping system, which basically allows me to hook up the singular cartridge to a 5-liter jug of resin rather than going through a bunch of singular liter resin containers.
That's very
which for
convenient.
This project was 100% necessary. Oh no. Oh no, first failure. What is this? It did stop midway through because of a low amount of Oh my god. This is new. This is new. Have not run into this before. Now I gotta say, out of the entire printing process, this was my only failure. So I mean, I can't really be too mad.
So this is only one piece of his
Shut the fuck up.
Jacket, right?
How many times are we gonna say it?
Thank you.
Oh. We're getting to the point where these actually won't fit in the curing machine. So we're gonna have to go old-fashioned style and lay them out in the sun, I guess. This is where we're at thus far, with the exception of obviously the 2 pieces that are sitting out in the sun.
2 pieces?
The back is FDM, because we're not really gonna see that. And then the base. The base is just so wide that it just makes no sense to resin print it whatsoever. So I talked to Kev and he split it up into 50,000 different pieces to all be printed on the bamboos. I gotta reprint the toes.
Why? What's
he
wrong?
informed me that he forgot to boolean on the toenail.
What are you gonna do with those? What are you gonna do with his piggies?
No, I'm not giving.
What are you doing with his piggies?
Look at him. He's looking so good. Half of making things is just like looking at them in the middle stages and just staring at them for a long time.
Legitimately, what's wrong with his
Attach
toes?
these 2 pieces together to try to get it as seamless as possible, and then I'll attach the FDM from the back.
Yeah, so you're gonna attach the 2 pieces to make them 1 piece. Do you get it? Because 1 piece is the show.
To connect all the
I swear
FDM
to
PLA
fuck, you need to
pieces, we
murder
use
him.
3D glue, which chemically welds all the pieces together, and then I take a soldering iron and melt plastic into the seams.
I'm
before
glad that
sanding.
she's wearing
to
a
connect any
mask.
of the resin pieces, we simply just used epoxy. I've also been cranking away on the base
Who's missing the
pieces.
toenails?
So
But
I'm
they're
printing them
kinda
all
there.
in this orientation.
You
That
could
way
just
we may
sculpt
not
them
even have
in.
to sand it. Thankfully, Kev was able to cut out where all the cracks were. And now, while the rest of the base is printing, it's about time to start filling seams. We've got all this kind of stitching texture. I could fill it with spot putty, but spot putty will crack over time. Yeah, good luck catching me trying to etch in texture into body filler. I don't want to do that. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of the extra resin I have and drip it into these seams and then cure it with a UV flashlight. I'm just going to go bit by bit at a time. If one end is higher than the other, I'll sand that down, but I think that's probably going to be my best bet for filling this. Last night, I was in the garage till after midnight a little bit.
GW does really good models. Like, it makes good models. Like, that is one thing that you cannot argue about. Like, look Games Workshop News. Like, Yeah, these are the new ones that are coming out. Like, haven't seen most of these. Okay, these are all old. That guy may be new or old, I don't know. But I mean, like, look at these guys. These are like relatively small models. I love this model, by the way. I have no justifiable reason to own it, but I love it. Like, these are great. Look at them floating around and all the different ways that they, like, made the things look like they were flying without actually making them fly. I love that shit. Is this just books from here on out? Cool. They did like a huge, like, showing off of a bunch of different things. The Lieutenant Titus helmet, Champions of the first chapter, a bunch of models for your Alpha Legion. That's pretty cool. I like him. Could you print out, example, a life-size Tyranid? Yeah, I hate the price on these too, but I mean, that's a really solid, good-looking model. Like, it's not clear what size they are. Like, this is going to be on a biker base, so that's, like, pretty fucking small. I forget what size a biker base is off the top of my head. But, like, Warhammer biker base size. Not the old one. 75 by 42, let's say that's right. That's pretty small. It's cool.
Guys, I have been sitting here and filling in this seam. But yeah, I'm having to sand in between each individual ridge.
And then once it's all uniform, it'll just look like what?
Okay, now this is the official last resin print. And unfortunately, it had to be the toes.
For free?
I should have just filmed this part on my own. I should have not asked you to come over here. I have Dan ripping off all the supports to this. Do you want the little, like, map?
No.
Where each
It's not as fun.
You want to just guess?
Yes.
Kev did a good job of cutting it along the rock line.
So it's basically almost one piece.
So that took us a long time. And so we don't have to sand any of this. I got textured spray paint, which is what we want.
Yeah.
Because rocks. We also wanted some additional thickness and weight to
It'll
the
also,
base.
like,
So I bought 3 wooden tabletops,
any of the
glued
seam
them
lines.
together, screwed them in place, and then later on I could stain it and coat it with polyurethane.
I think that looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm also a little scared because we just have it in the PLA right now. Are we just putting the whole thing in?
Okay, we ball.
No, chill, wait. Okay, I'm scared to go any further. He looks so good!
You gotta put his head on.
I posted a short about this and I said I was gonna make a 6-foot-tall Luffy statue, and everyone's like, he's 5'8". He shut up! Look at the base.
Yeah.
He's got a hat too. He just looks like a nub. Next, it was time to prime everything. I started with the base and afterwards sprayed it with a textured paint and hit it with a dark gray for the rocks. But once I had sanded and primed everything else, we made a interesting discovery. Am I losing my mind? Or do these nubs go in the base? Where? Basically, we printed the clouds with pegs attached, but the holes for them weren't included on the base or his legs. Between all the modified files me and Kev were sending back and forth to each other, the booleans didn't boolean, so we were gonna have to cut off the pegs on the clouds to get them to fit. I really don't know how we got all this way and didn't realize that.
Maybe you should have done a small
hockey,
one.
which is this little lightning bolt.
I
I
would've
wanted a
done
more
this too.
shiny finish, so I used a black primer and a 2-part automotive clear coat to get them glossy black.
I mean, she's
and then
really
sprayed them
good.
both with Duralumin, which is chrome paint made by our friend Daniel the Digital Armory. It serves as a great base for some cool paints like this red I used on the hockey or the gold tint I used on the buttons. I feel like woodworkers everywhere probably gonna watch this and be like, you're doing it wrong. Careful, Dan.
What?
Careful, Dan.
What?
Careful, Dan! Paint time. I'm gonna start with a dark color, work my way lighter. I'm gonna be using a mix of both a HVLP touch-up gun and
This is
my
exactly
airbrush.
how
I
we
don't know
feel
how
when
much-
you're coding. Like, kind of just like, why are you doing this? It's so frustrating. I can't believe that you're this much of an idiot. What's wrong with you? Good.
To mix up. I'm not used to painting really, really large things with like acrylics.
Like, I guess you
Okay,
could use.
everything
I mean,
has a base
airbrush is
coat. All the
definitely
colors are
preferable
a
to
lot
painting.
darker than what they're going to end up being because I'm going to use the airbrush to highlight the lighter colors. This is more so the artsy part. This is my favorite part, and also the part I'm still learning. So I started taking lighter colors and hit the high points on all the pieces. I used yellows on the flip-flops, the hat. I used lighter reds on the vest pieces, and so on.
Have you realized your tape kind of looks like Among Us?
Tape?
Yep. Sus.
I tried my best.
Yeah, it looks like. You should probably start over.
Camera's on 1% battery, and it is 1 a.m. in the morning, and I'm exhausted. Most everything has shading on it. The
Spray
hat
cans are
has all the
illegal in
different
my
colors
country now?
on it.
That's
I even
wild.
did, even though you can't really see it, did a little bit of dark gray on the hair. The entire base has shading on it. Clouds look like clouds, and the skin was not necessarily easy to get a darker tone for, but I think I did an okay job.
Good morning.
Sleeping would have been a good idea.
I fought a war last night. My airbrush keeps clogging. That was the battle I fought yesterday. If I goof this up, I'm gonna be really upset. So I finished up the remaining airbrushing I needed to do and started touching up and hand painting some of the details. I am no color theory person, but I do know the veins look kind of like bluish. So I mixed up like a gray blue and then put a touch of the flesh tone in there.
There you go.
Careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. Yeah, I finished taping on his face.
Oh. What?
Are you okay?
There's a line of skin that's in between his eyeball and the bottom of his eyebrow. I know no one else is gonna see it, but I will. I'll know.
Yeah, no, it matters for
All
that.
the painting is done, except for a clear coat. So with all the hand painting done, I took my HVLP
I mean,
touch-up gun
they
and
did a
applied
great
final
job
matte
with the
varnish
model
to everything.
and
I'm
with
just gonna
the
hand you
print.
this one piece.
Like,
I'm most happy with the chest. That came out so good. Finally, it was time to epoxy
It's
his
kinda
head
gross.
and his hat together, and then epoxy his torso together. Thankfully, we were able to leave the rest separate for easy disassembly. So, ended up deciding that if I ever move, I do want this thing to be able to come apart. Everything that really needed to be epoxied together is epoxied together. Everything that has a PVC pipe through it, though, and alignment pegs, we're not really going to epoxy that together. Additionally, for extra stability, we put wooden dowel rods in each of the PVC
good idea.
pipes.
Just stay right there for a second.
What? Damn. And with that, it was time to finally put it together. My glove is caught in it. Look at him! Look at him! Look at the hockey on the hand!
Hi, I'm Luffy. R.
These, for now, like,
He's
we're
a
just
huge
gonna
fan,
kinda
I can
sit them
tell.
down here because I will be moving this into my office.
Oh my god.
Yes! Yes! He's so perfect! Average One Piece enjoyer be like, he's so cool! Oh my god! See, I'm 5'10". And
Yeah,
everyone's
I'm like
if you
so-
make a joke about being 7 feet,
It's like weird seeing it. It's like when we like finish the cockroach and it's like done and it's just like
you're just like, okay, now what? If anyone like that doesn't know me super well ever comes over, they're just gonna like open up my office door, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, she's crazy."
No, that's
Oh.
normal.
Oh, that makes
People
sense.
are allowed to
I'm
have
happy with how
hobbies like
thing
this.
turned out. The buttons, the hockey, those were the two things that I 2K'd. I'm really happy with the scar too. Like the scar.
Oh, the scar
airbrushing
is
gave me
gross. He
one
did-
heck of
or
a
she did
time,
great.
But I think it came out really good. Okay. Are you ready to see what's gonna be in our house for a long time? What people will see when they come over. It'll contribute to their initial impressions of us. Are you ready for that?
Set. Wow. He's so big.
I know.
It's so big. It looks great. He's going in where in our house? Wow,
Yeah.
It looks great though.
Look at his toes.
Dan, shut up.
People about to drop their life savings on them.
I'm not selling it. Don't ask me if you can buy it in the comments.
Can I buy it?
No, actually do. Ask me that. Engagement's good. I'm sending
Yeah.
you a video over Discord.
Ooh. Yeah, I've been. Wow, dude. I didn't expect it to be this done this quick. This is so cool. There's nothing left on it, right?
No, it's
This is
done. It's done.
Yeah, it's just all one piece now.
What?
I'm sending it to my parents.
We did it.
Also, she's got the scarlet.
Every time I make something.
Fucking. Focusrite Scarlett Solo 3rd edition USB audio interface detected. It's right there. I thought about buying that one. It's a really good one. They were out of stock because, like, when I bought my new preamp, which is Yamaha, they were out of stock. So I bought a different one, and it's good, I guess. I mean, no one complains about my audio quality, so I guess it's good.
I like rag on it so hard. I feel like this is the first time I've made something. I'm like, this is so freaking cool.
But yeah, during COVID, everyone decided they were going to start a podcast.
Bro.
Bruh.
The detail. The scar. How big is he compared to you?
He's tall.
Oh, is it done? Oh my god. Wait, it actually looks really good. The texture is nuts.
Yeah.
No way. It's all together already? Dude, the face looks insane. Oh my god.
So I'm going to be redoing my whole office. I'm going to be putting that in there and a bunch of other nerdy figures and things like that I've made. It's going to be a nerd try. If you're here to see that for whatever reason, I'm going to be posting it on Instagram and TikTok if it doesn't get obliterated out of existence.
I think that you're
yeah,
right. Whatever's wrong with her is wrong with me.
I'm happy. He's done. So he looks like he just like walked out of the show. It's so cool.
Oh, that's where he's from. He's from One Piece.
That's good.
Unhinged 3D print.
I'm sorry. Accidentally crowdfunding a racist hillbilly's hot dog stand? The fuck? Lock in. Don't get distracted. Nah, man. Nah.
Well, folks, I hate to put a damper on our leisurely train ride through the country. However, I'm afraid there's been a murder. Hector Remoulade is dead. I have narrowed the search down to 3 suspects who all now stand before me. Lady Remoulade, the struggles in your marriage to Hector were no secret, and his death leaves you a very rich
I can't.
widow.
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know if I can with a ham sandwich video right now. My stomach has had rice, coffee, which I really kind of want to get more of, but I'm realizing that I probably shouldn't, and cold onion rings. My stomach is like, you have done mean things, and I will enact my revenge. I can't look at that.
Roger Snatch, you are the late
Handwich,
Hector's
not
top business
hamwich.
rival, and as such, his death guarantees you untold fortunes. Knife guy. You've made it super clear that your whole entire thing is that you have a knife and you really, really need to use it.
Yeah.
Yes, all 3 equally suspicious of murder. A murder that happened right here under our noses. Right here in the quiet but not too quiet car. Right here on this train. The Caucasian Express. Now, even I am not without motive. I'm a detective, you see. For me, a dead person happening is like super good.
It's good.
Then again, I think blood is icky. I order my steaks black, and the day my wife told me what periods were, I tried to kill myself. So I do believe that rules me out. But as for those of you who saying I'm being too cautious or too careful, or come on man, it's the guy whose first name is Knife,
Right?
Well, to that I say, guilty widow says what? Curious. Here are the facts as they stand. 1. The murder happened sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. last night. And 2, the victim was stabbed 63,000 times.
Yeah, I would.
Not much to go off of. And unfortunately, the body held no more clues, or much of anything at all, as it is more stab holes than person at this point. In fact, the steward who found Hector's body mistook it for a soft but lumpy chain link fence.
Oh, God.
Now, here's the thing. At #1 Good Boy Detective School, they taught me 2 things. 1, don't fall asleep first at a Good Boy Detective party. And they were right. And 2, the simplest solution is not often the correct one. Therefore, as much as I want to believe that the stabbing was done by, hypothetically, I don't know, the guy currently licking the murder weapon and jacking his penis off, I know that if I put this thing to rest too early, I may wake up in the morning hungover with the words #1 Good Boy Cum Ogler sharpied around my eyes. Besides, a desire to stab does not...
I mean, listen, yeah, like, look, just because I've stabbed people in the past does not mean that I will again. Now, I need to go quickly do something that I'm not going to explain to you. I'll be right back. 1 minute. I'm back. I was just walking up the stairs after getting rid of that body, and I realized that if I, like, drink my water wrong, because I'm drinking out of a straw, because, like, you know, that way it cannot be knocked over, because I have a negative dexterity score, I'm pretty fucking sure. If I knock over this water bottle, then what happens is water doesn't go everywhere. This is what's called the adult version of a sippy cup. Right? Anyway, I was drinking out of the straw as I was going up the stairs. And I was like, it would suck ass if I tripped a little bit on the stairs. And like the straw could go into my mouth and then it would be all like that. Cause I haven't developed the ability to. No, it's been like that for a while, like since before I moved. And that's why. Anyway.
Not a murderer make, any more than questioning even the truths that are the most blatant would make me, I don't know, a real chore to have sex with. Now, Lady Remelot, you and Roger claim to have an alibi. You were in your personal cabin. Having an affair, am I right? Yes. And therefore, if you were having an affair, you were no doubt discussing how you hope your husband lives forever. Because as we all know, when sex is forbidden, that's what makes it so good, baby. Boom. You are off the hook. I also have an alibi. I was in the galley trying to explain to the chef that cooking a steak black is a real thing, and getting him to Google vagina period what is, how come his wife's lying. So, that just leaves one person, now doesn't it? Well,
what about the stewardess? She was the first person to discover the body.
Oh, knife guy. Where were you? What the hell? Where did knife guy go? He stabbed me 3 minutes ago and then jumped out the window? You two hired him to kill Hector and then kill me and the conductor and the chef and the cook and the dean of #1 Good Boy Detective School are all in on it? What window? Over there? No, that doesn't quite add up. Me and the dean are real cool. So let's take this from the top, but in the meantime, I'm very super sleepy. I'm just gonna take a nap. Please nobody write anything on my face.
That's a good bit, man. That's a really good bit.
Please welcome to the city.
Oh, fuck yeah. How to start a religion. Have you ever felt dissatisfied with existing religions? Have you ever become Also, someone asked if I realized that an ad runs every time I get up. Yes. I did that. Have you ever felt dissatisfied with existing religions? Yes. Have you ever been fed up with the lack of tolerance within many religions? Yes. It should be gayer. If you are inspired to create change, you can start your own religion. It may take lots of effort to organize your religion, and get it officially recognized. If that is something you are moved to do, however, it can be very rewarding to see your work lead to a thriving membership. Okay. Select a name for your church. Name your church should reflect its purpose and its foundation. So do not choose it carelessly. Think about the central beliefs or message of your religion and try and reflect those in the word or phrase that will serve as the name. Names for religions invented in the past include... I'm sorry, what the fuck is this word? Co-worker with God? All right. The fuck? Okay. Not the weirdest thing that I heard of. Develop a list of your religion's core tenets. These might explain things like how to view relationships between people. Should it be charitable towards others, act in your own interests? These principles might also, I mean, like, it's hard to do that without, like, immediately looking back at religions that have already existed because that's what you expect it to be. Yeah, home brand Gnosticism. I was gonna say, that seems like something that already exists. Let's see. These principles also may contain philosophical arguments which you can explain how your religion views the world differently than others. For instance, if your religion's principles might contain arguments proving the existence of its gods, if any. If you want to, do you have to have a god? I'm glad they sourced that. If you want to, write a sacred text or holy book to explain these things, right? Is that me? No. No, you want to know why? Two things. One, the beard doesn't connect with the hair. Two, his skin tone is, let's just say, not whiter than mayonnaise. Three, the nose. It exists rather than being just like flat directly against the face like me. Could be an artistic representation or interpretation. True. Write a plan. Start a religion requires a significant amount of planning. You can start by writing down your ideas if you want to invent a new religion. Understand the basic reason your religion's existence will be critical if you want it to be successful. If you want to start a new religion because you're dissatisfied with it as a joke, for a book, perform weddings and ceremonies in your own way. Develop a cosmology. If religion intends to explain broad questions about the origin of the... I would rather create a philosophy. Because, like, then you can just, like, slap that onto anything else, you know? That's a good face. I like it. Yeah, you're right. Talk to people about your religion. Once your core religion ideas are worked out, dyslexia, you can start inviting other people to join you. Many experts suggest working slowly at first. You might talk to some of your acquaintances, then build up from word of mouth. When you have a trusted and fairly stable group, you can work with them to develop bylaws that explain how your religion will be organized and managed. Why the fuck would you allow other people to make those decisions? Find a meeting place. Followers of your religion start out by meeting at your home or someone else's. As it grows, you might look for a place that's more public, such as a cafe or a park. Yeah? Read about historic examples. The Church of All Worlds, inspired by Robert Heinlein's science fiction novel, Discordianism, and then L. Ron Hubbard's Scientology. Earning legal status. Churches that are recognized as non-profit according to the Internal Revenue Code are automatically considered tax exempt. You don't have to apply for this protection if you meet the code's guidelines. This tax exemption can provide financial and legal protection to your religion, allowing it to practice freely amongst its principles. Though tax exemption is automatic for recognized churches, you still have to apply formally for it. Might be a good idea if you want to make sure religion qualifies for this protection, or if you think that officially applying will give it some legitimacy. What if... Wait a minute. Wait. Could you not just say that your religion is Christianity, but like a different sect of Christianity where you have no, like, you don't believe in God or Jesus? And you don't believe the Bible is the correct interpretation of those things? But you're Christian. Because then, you're still Christian, and Christianity is an officially recognized religion. No, I'm talking about Christianity, Skriddle, because if it's agnostic, that's not a flavor of religion. Thank you for the horse bits. There's different denominations, right, but do I have to be like, wait. But you can't say political shit, right? If you're a religion, or if you want to keep your tax exempt status. I know you're still right, Skriddle, but what I'm saying is shut up. If I make it a flavor of Christianity, then it already accepts. Because, like, you can't just invent a new religion and expect them to, like, accept it, right? You can't get the tax exempt status unless if you could prove that you're a real religion. So if you already go with a religion that already exists, you can. The IRS does not enforce the Johnson Amendment. Oh, you can't endorse or oppose political opponents. Oh, shit. Opposing's pretty bad. Huh. Supreme Court recently ordered that they don't actually have to... On July 7th, court filing, the IRS carved out a new significant exception to the Johnson Amendment, saying churches are allowed to endorse political candidates in their usual channels of communication with no tax-related consequences. I see. So, Abby, I know what you're saying. I'm already thinking about it. Church of Abby, do you want to be the choir? Sing us a song, Abby. Okay. It's time for Abby to preach. Mm-hmm. Yeah? I mean, I would probably say it would be better that religions just isn't tax exempt, because that makes no sense. Like, but what if I turned my philosophy into a religion? I think I've talked about this before. Can a Twitch stream be considered a place of worship? Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Literally, that's Jesus talking about taxation. Should we pay the tax? Yes. Meet the guidelines for legally establishing a church. The IRS uses the term church broadly, taking it to mean any recognized religious group. The primary guideline for recognition stipulation that any revenue from the church earns may not be used to financially benefit any individual or shareholder or to influence. That's not a thing anymore. Really? Now, the thing is, it would financially benefit exclusively me and my wife. Hi, Abby. You know who decided it was time to wake up at 5 to feed them? Do you know, Abby? No? You weren't so quiet about that this morning. Yeah. Because, she woke us up at like 5 in the morning to let us know that her food bowl was full. Both of them. They were both ready to let us know that. And I went downstairs to feed them just so we could sleep, and both of them were full. And it's like, what do you want? I'm not giving you treats at 5 a.m. Like, it wasn't even that you could see the bottom. I legitimately looked at it and I'm like, you guys haven't touched it since last night when we filled it. What are you doing? And what did you say, Abby? Yeah, that is what you said. Yeah. Yeah. Also, like, these rules are very specific. How is it illegal to set up a church just to avoid paying taxes. Establishing a church solely for tax evasion is illegal, according to the AI on Google. Like, there's a paper trail of that now? Well, I mean, like, it's not just for the tax reasons. I feel like, you know, the things that I've talked about in the March of the Mice, the rat god, is functionally a religion as much as it is my philosophy on how, like, humans should treat each other. I could just turn that into, like, an actual religion. And then force people to follow it. I could be a rat god follower. That sounds pretty fucking awesome, actually. We are all parts of the Rat King. Individual rats running our own races. Is it a creed with worship practices? Yes. It has formal leadership. Technically. You need to read that insane question Luigi posted. I can't scroll up in chat. Now I can. Abby, it's fraud. We have a digital trail now. I'm sorry, I literally can't scroll up for some reason. I think they mean mine. Can you repost the question? I can't scroll up in chat. What if you do it unofficially? What the fuck does that mean? There is a recognized course of study to ordain leaders in the religion. What if you want to have a non-hierarchical, like, structure to religion? Like, what if the hierarchy is one of the things that you don't like about traditional religion? That, like, I'm the only one that... You can still have a court... Okay, do you have to have... If it meets some combination of features. I see. Unofficial tax exemption. You mean just, like, stop paying taxes? Okay. Apply for certificate of formation. A certificate of formation, sometimes called an articles of formation, is a document used in many locations to formally incorporate a religion as a legally recognized entity. It describes what a nonprofit will do, how it'll be managed. Check your local laws to see if... Yeah. I honestly think that, like, if there is a god, I would think that it would be a pantheon of gods. Because, like... You could... I understand why things go bad in, like, Greek mythology. Like, why is the world so chaotic and stupid? Mostly it's Zeus's fault, but there's a couple other reasons, you know? It's not that they're just assholes. They all have dominion of different things, and they're all playing weird games with each other, right? That makes sense. What doesn't make sense is God doing all of it, because it's like, why does God do what he does? Why the fuck is he like that? He's a malevolent asshole. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But just it makes more sense to me that there's a like pantheon of assholes. I don't think I would have gods though. You must withhold income tax on the employees. Keep records. Tax exempt status that requires your religious organization to have a special audit protection. Nevertheless, it's important to keep excellent records of all your finances. This may include salaries, expenditures, money collected from members of your religion, and so on. Hold frequent services and meetings. I mean, yeah, there's also the idea that, like, if there is a god, he's just, like, totally not involved in our lives, or just, like, isn't on the same level intellectually as us. That's what the Home Depot deity creature did. Is that, like, his involvement in the situation was completely, like, outside of what anyone there was dealing with. Dude, we could just worship the Home Depot deity. One of the core tenets of religion is that we have to take over share value of Home Depot. We have to become owners of Home Depot. Home Depot, is it in you? No, like, you know how there's been, like, towns that have been taken over by, like, crazy churches and shit like that? What if that, but all Home Depots? What if our worship site is just Home Depot? We show up to Home Depot and just, like, slowly start working there in hoods. The lumber aisle is the bathroom. There's absolutely no reason that you can't just use the bathroom. There's a problem that the corporation would not abide it. And yet, what are they going to do about it? Right? They send in the police? Just be like, no, here's what you do. You go apply for a job at Home Depot. You get everyone else who's not part of the religion fired, and then you've reinvented a union with hoods. I believe I've accidentally invented the union through the guise of religion now. They fire and rehire? They do a mass firing. How will they know? How many different locations are there going to be that we can do this to? There's so many of us. We can all start working at Home Depot and start a religion, and then they can't stop us, and it's tax exempt. Yeah, like Scientology infiltrates so many different, like, random shit, you know? You just do that. Divine Workers Union. What if we just make it a workers union? It's not just explicitly Home Depot, but it's a workers union. This has nothing to do with tax exemption anymore. I'm just like, what if we make a religion and take over fucking stores? What if they shut down Home Depot? Okay, good luck with that. How many Home Depots can you shut down? You open up a new one, a bunch of people start hiring, trying to, yeah. It's capitalism with extra steps. No. We're not doing the capitalism thing. We migrate to each individual store, ever. Also, if everyone from management takes down the Home Depot location, you just, like, who's reporting the fact that they're all cultists now? Like, who's gonna fucking report that shit? Management? No, you are the management. That's the other thing, is you don't show your hand until you've completely taken over it. You don't hit 100% saturation. You don't even act like you're part of any sort of religion or anything. When you hear about it, you're like, that's some crazy shit, man. But then Ascension Day happens. And the mass and the hoods and the whole fucking thing happens. And then suddenly everyone's there. One failed conversation blows the lid. Loose lips sink ships. I have reinvented anarcho-syndicalism again. God damn it. Esoteric anarcho-syndicalism. Dude, that fucking slaps. There's so many holes in this plan. It's like a strainer. It's fine. The holes are there to let the bad parts out. Sounds like a cult. Yeah, but cooler. Dude, we could actually do that. We could just take on some random fucking company like Amazon and be like, yeah, no, I fucking work here now. What's the end goal of this religion? Take over all big business. Oh my god, if it was a real religion, they can't fucking kick you out for doing that stuff. Because that's bias against your religion. Can they do that illegally and can kick you out for any reason just cause? Yes, because it's America and the right to work is a thing that exists in some states, which is a weird way of saying you have the right to be fired for nothing. You have to have like 51% of the stock in order to like take control over a company, right? How many shares are there of Home Depot? How much is a Home Depot stock? It's gonna be like a fuck ton. Retail share price of $359.40. $992, what is that? Billion? Million. That's a lot of shares. It sounds expensive. Who has the most shares of Home Depot? Probably the owner, right? That can't be right. 9%? Also BlackRock? What the fuck are you doing here? All right, so 9%. Now that's not out of the outstanding. That's out of like what actually has already been bought. And they have 96.48 million. Right. So Like, oh. Chat, that's a really big number. Oh my god, the holy shares. Just rob a bank? That seems... Listen, I know everything I'm saying sounds illegal, but robbing a bank definitely is. Holy shit. I'll be right back. My stomach just did a loop. All right, be right back. 3 minutes, BRB. I'm back and I'm fine. I should get more water. I'm gonna get more water. I just realized it would probably be better to start a religion in a company that's not Home Depot. I got 14 seconds until I'm back, so I should wait a sec. Okay. So what if... Same idea, but not Home Depot. What if we start... I mean, you probably want to start with a smaller company and usurp its leadership and then become the owners of it. Yeah. And then after that, Yeah, I mean, like, I think that the companies that we should focus on also might not be like Home Depot. It's got to be something that's like important and does a lot of stuff. You're taking over someone's other stuff without wanting it. Yeah. No, it's against their will. Because Home Depot would absolutely stop that. If you go to the Home Depot subreddit, they always talk about how they like have anti-union stuff. What if the rat god thing, but it's passed amongst... You're just doing a takeover, or you're just co-opting... Well, we start off by just infiltrating it as workers. After we've worked there for a while, we rise to the ladder, we get to a management position, and then we fire people who are not part of the religion until you're left with just the people who are part of the religion or are willing to join. You keep doing that. Who is we? Anyone who thinks this idea is a good idea and is part of my religion. Is this a real idea? Is this a thing I'd actually do? No. But let's pretend for a second it is, because it's kind of cool. You get a job at a place, everyone like takes over in management. We're a chat box. I know. This isn't a real idea. Let's just pretend like it is. It's kind of cool. It seems like it'll have a few problems. Theoretically, how many? I don't know how many people have, like, no fucking job right now or are willing to give up their actual cushy job to go work at a shithole. When did the drugs come in? Well, I mean, like, if you worked at Home Depot, someone's on drugs. I remember reading a story about someone who was working at Walmart, and they got in trouble for the second time for jerking off into the sink in the employee's break room or whatever. Your job prospects will, I mean, yeah, that is a problem. It is better to cum in the sink than sink in the cum. Yeah. Honestly, if it was an online started religion, you could probably pass it off and get a lot of people on TikTok to start getting into the vibes. Like, have you seen some of the weird ass shit they believe on TikTok? I follow jerking off in the sink streamers, and you're next on the list. Bold thing to say is first time chatter. Welcome in. I don't do TikTok either, but they have some weird ass shit going on there. What the fuck does that even mean? What do you mean? TikTok? AI generated Gnosticism. So like at Home Depot you can buy full sets of armor. We could all wear armor to work. It's not required to just be kind of fucking rad. They would not let you. Who? Dead ass. Who? The management? I'm management. Theoretically. Like, you wouldn't do any of the crazy shit until you actually had, like, control over the store. Like, you can't do any of this until you actually have control. Store management? Right. Corporate management. Well, corporate management's not going to know anything's weird going on if store management doesn't talk. And if store management is part of the religion, how are they going to know? They come by? They come by and they see everyone working their job, but they're just getting paid more? Would you want to work at Home Depot until you make manager? Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely the fuck not. I have absolutely no desire to actually put this plan into action. I'm just saying. Excuse me, Home Depot? I was at your store the other day and there was some weirdo dressed in armor. Yeah, it's a religious thing. We can't tell him no. Dude, can you imagine a dude in full fucking plate mail working a 9 to 5? Customers can complain and they can eat a dick. What are they gonna do? Complain? They already do that shit. I've worked retail. Okay, so anyway, moving on. That was fun.
水一个人都没有，这边的最佳解是靠窗的那个位置，少了右侧来人的顾虑，还有更新鲜的空气 ，lucky。三小啦，怎么会有人这样的啦？
他就觉得我超怪的。
Wikipedia Kirkapan is the blade that all Sikhs are. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Yeah, this is like a thing. To wear it as part of the religious uniform as prescribed by the Code of Conduct. Traditionally, it's worn is a full-size talwar. However, the British colonial policies and laws introduced in the 19th century reduced the length of the blade, and in the modern day, it's between 5 and 12 inches. According to the Code of Conduct, the length of the sword is to be worn. The length of the sword to be worn is not prescribed, but it must be curved and single-edged, as the original sword was. Okay. Okay. They're expected to. I mean, I've always, like, the vibe of this religion's cool, and I'm not just saying that because they got knives. Like, I don't know much about it, but I've heard some things, and it seems cool. It's literally one of the religions I know the least about. Mercy, grace, compassion, or kindness, and another part of a word meaning honor, grace, dignity. And to cut. The mercy, honor, cut. They vary in size, and someone who's gone through a specific ceremony of initiation can carry more than one. They must be made of steel or iron. Okay, this is probably not okay religiously for me to say, but I'm very curious. Could you wear a necklace that is a single-edged dagger in a sheath? Like, because the size doesn't matter, apparently. Yeah, this is where, like, make it impossible to draw them. The tightening of air travel in the 21st century has caused problems for them, especially because they're brown, and that's not, you're not going to be able to get onto a plane while being brown and having a weapon. Like, this is fucking America. What do you think? Like, that shit's not going to fly here. Literally, you're not going to fly here. The TSA explicitly prohibits the carrying of religious knives and swords on one person or in a cabin baggage. And that sucks. Because they would have to leave them behind because the security United States Secret Service would have required them to leave them. And they said, we respect the sanctity of the Kirpan, especially in interreligious gatherings. We cannot undermine the right and freedoms of religion in the name of security. Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
算了，回转第一间，保持最远距离。干，我要去哪边啊？站他旁边，站他旁边，站他旁边，站他旁边，干呢？选锤子那个这样比较不 gay。八杆看可以吃。酒单价那有屁什么？没人知道甜蜜中还会发生什么事情啊！我是兄弟，是真的忍不住。
Amazing. This is how a fresh YouTube Shorts feed looks. People literally... What is this? People don't know. I pay very close attention to people who use apps, different age groups, backgrounds. It's just product manager in me. I don't know. We don't know because the algorithm hides from us. It figures out we won't be addicted, so it puts on a cute face. I opened incognito and went to YouTube Shorts. What the fuck did I just watch? I can't see, but yeah, all right. What is this? Okay, let's go.
We don't have to worry about delivery.
The fuck? Sure. Brain rot. Metro Gravity trailer. The creepypasta song, the scariest song in decades. Okay, fine. She's got ass, yeah. I mean, good for her. I mean, it looks well done. Neat. Okay. We're gonna listen to this until chat begins to scream in agony.
Beginning now, the world premiere of the creepypasta song. Hey, Horses is on this beat. This is the creepypasta song. We are
That's not agony.
creepypasta stories. Beware.
Show me pain.
I am Sonic.exe. I was brought to life on an evil CD.
Is this the same guy who did My Name is Edwin? I made... Remember. No? I love creepypasta, man. I do.
Now I'm in your computer, and I will give you virus that will make you pooper. Tails and Knuckles are dead. I will hit you.
Okay. Bars you do not have. We're moving on. Lazy game review.
Childhood is strange. Strange enough to make you question whether or not it really happened. It's full of awkward new experiences, bizarre conversations, and enough unusual perspectives to make you wonder if half of it was real. Then you run across something at a thrift store or online and you go, huh, so I wasn't just making that up. Take, for example, Waterful Ring Toss by Tomy in 1976. I stumbled into this particular example at a local Goodwill several years ago, and instantly some long-forgotten part of my brain bolted awake and about coughed up a lung. All of a sudden I knew that I had this as a kid, that I played it entirely too much for my own good, and that I now questioned whether or not I was crazy for having done so. Tomy Waterful Ring Toss is a handheld tabletop game that requires the use of water to work. Otherwise, it's just a dry container filled with air and little plastic rings. Sure, you can play the game without any water, but that's just about as enjoyable as shaking out the last few Cheerios stuck in the folds of the plastic bag at the bottom of a box of cereal. But once you fill this beast up with water, it transforms into a finely tuned machine of childhood mental engagement. Or at least that's the idea.
I mean,
really,
it's something to do while you sit in the
interesting
tub.
enough to shut up a 5-year-old on a short road trip, at least until they have to pee or the container spills onto the back seat, whichever comes first. The latter of which was quite likely if you'd lost the cap that goes over the filling hole like I have with this one. Waterful Ring Toss is less of a game and more of a test of skill. And patience. Lots of patience.
Mostly
because
patience.
Water and floaty rings don't exactly make for movements of precision and calculation. I guess you could say that success is a complete toss-up that really puts you through the ringer.
You deserve to go to hell.
Water relief. Once you finally win, you simply push in the plastic button and the plastic rings will be shot upward inside the plastic container, where the goal is to secure them on 2 plastic spikes. It's a ring toss carnival game in a portable form factor, and it's actually pretty genius in a way. It doesn't require batteries. There are no electronic parts or anything mechanical that can jam
I'm a little
up.
curious
There
on how
wasn't
they
a pile
got the
of
fan
pieces
to, like,
lose,
run.
and most of all, it was cheap. So at least in terms of children's games and
It's like a little
games
fan,
on the
I would
go,
imagine.
this was automatically better than LCD games, electromechanical handhelds, jigsaw puzzles, and travel-size board games. Well, better from the perspective of parents who had less to worry about other than the risk of spilling water.
Well, like a pump?
And hey,
Yeah,
if you were a
that
kid
makes
with
sense.
nothing else, and I mean nothing else to play, then this was
Yeah,
freaking
that's what I'm
awesome.
waiting for, is
If
them to take it
anything,
apart,
the
'cause I am
endearing little
curious.
noises it made when using it made the whole thing worthwhile. And then there was the thrill of finally getting all those rings onto the pegs that was negligible. But hey, as a kid, it was something to accomplish and occupy yourself with for a while. And that was really all that 5-year-old me wanted. At least until my curiosity got the best of me and I swiped my dad's screwdriver to take the thing apart to see how it worked. Ah, yes, just as I suspected.
Stream this?
Magic. So
Yeah,
I know
it's
these
just a
things
pump.
existed and that I owned one, but 2 questions remain. What happened to mine, and which model did I have? Well, the answer to the first question is most likely that I either destroyed it when trying to take it apart, or that it ended up languishing on the shelves of a thrift store in Kernersville. The answer to the second question is more vague, seeing as there was an entire line of these things known as waterfalls. They were sold by Tomy, Milton Bradley, Coleco, and probably others, and has dozens of variants, so there's no telling. I highly doubt it was this 1976 original because, frick, I wasn't even born until a decade later. Whatever the answer truly is, these waterful toys hold a special place in my heart. The place where I just can't wait for us to get where we're going so I can just get out of the car and do anything else because these stupid rings are starting to really get on my nerves.
Why is there a hole there for it to just... Ugh. Okay. We could make a religion around this.
They're doing ballet.
Ear piercing, but fun.
This is Earl, a tiny jumping spider who has the most adorable face.
Hell yeah! Yeah! Fuck yes! Yeah! Yeah! Yes!
To get a sense of how small Earl is, here he is next to a tiny toy Snorlax, and here he is next to an orange. Despite their minute size, jumping spiders are some of the most rewarding pets you can keep, and most interestingly of all, I hear that you can form bonds with them. So to test this out, I'm going to see how far we can take this friendship over the next 14 days, and this begins on day 1. Earl now has a new home, and I was worried he wouldn't take to it, but as he went in, my fears were squashed as he started to wiggle his butt and do what looks like a happy dance. But this is no happy dance. What Earl is actually doing is building himself a web. Think of it as a home within a home, and look how cozy he is in there. I'm going to leave Earl to settle for a few days, and on the morning of day 3, I'm going to test to see where our bond is at. The first goal is to get Earl to step onto my hand. The second goal is to get him to stay there, and
He reminds me of these little buggies that we've got. We've got these bugs, I don't know what they are, but like they're some kind of beetle. And like... I'm gonna draw this fella. This is gonna be an expert rendition of fella. Right? Most important feature that he's got feelers, right? He can retract them. And they're little fanny fellas. And like, my wife asked me to put them outside. We don't kill any bugs in the house if we can avoid it. Outside of like flies. We'll kill flies. And the cats will kill them. I don't know who this man is. Who is this man? He has legs. We had a spider. I put the spider outside yesterday. But this guy was trying to pretend like he was dead. I'll let you know, like, I'll take a picture of one next time I see one. Yeah. No, not quite as intense as that, but close. They're little fellas, and we don't want them to get eaten, so, like, we just, you know, put them outside. But I moved the spider outside, because, like, he was setting up shop in the kitchen, and I was like, yeah, he can stay there. And my wife was like, he's not going to get any food in here. He's going to just get eaten by the cats at some point. And I'm like, okay, you're right. So I put him outside instead. So hopefully he'll be better. Like,
Final goal is to get him to accept food directly from me. If we can hit all 3 of these in the next 2 weeks, then Earl and I will have officially formed a bond. The first attempt didn't go so well, with Earl showing a defensive stance before walking away from me and looking back with those beautiful eyes. But I'm not going to give up there.
That's not it
on
at
my
all.
next attempt, he almost stepped onto my finger. And on the final attempt, Earl actually steps onto my hand before quickly deciding against it and scurries away to jump on my lamp. We have actually made some progress today.
He's
but
so
rather
small.
than force Earl to step onto my hand, I have another plan. Unlike most spiders, jumping spiders don't spin webs to catch their prey. Rather, they hunt them. And this provides the opportunity for Earl to associate me with feeding time. He caught that fly all on his own, but let's see if he'll take a cricket from my hands. I genuinely thought he was going to take it then. Perhaps a fly, Earl? No, how about one in the comfort of your home? But just as I thought that today was going to be a failure, Earl did something I did not expect. Even though Earl is just a spider, no bigger than the nail on my index finger, and I am 190 centimeters tall, that makes me 190 times bigger than him, making me acutely aware that I am at the very minimum a complete giant to him. So when Earl took the steps onto my finger, I was incredibly happy as we had fulfilled the first goal.
He put a web down.
Sailed off, and to prove that this wasn't a fluke, I needed it to happen again.
Hooray!
Day 6 ends on a high with Earl stepping onto my finger not 1, but 2 times, and day 8 starts with a bit of a shock. You see, Earl has been really active and hasn't spent much time in his web, so I had no idea that he was about to literally pop out of his skin. Or more precisely, his exoskeleton. Jumping spiders go through a phase called molting, where they grow too big for their current exoskeleton, stop eating, and retreat back to their webs in preparation for the big event.
It was relatively
so
small.
when I found this exoskeleton in the terrarium this morning, I knew exactly what had happened. Day 8 ends with Earl grooming himself, and he must be left alone for a few days so his new suit can harden. And on day 12, I'm going to see if Earl can recognize himself. This is something that has always intrigued me. For their size, jumping spiders are highly intelligent and are known for their problem-solving skills and memory. But they do not live well in groups, so what will Earl do when he looks in the mirror? For about 2 seconds, he's a bit confused, but the fact he isn't scared or is attacking the mirror suggests that he's aware that it's not another spider. These creatures never cease to amaze me. Well done, Earl. I think you've earned a treat. There are still 2 more goals to solidify
it's not a
our
June
bond.
bug, no.
First, I need to get Earl to accept food directly from me, and then I need to get him to sit calmly on me. As I dangle a cricket in front of him, he seems disinterested. I wait, but nothing. But as soon as I let the cricket go, Earl decides it's time for dinner. Now this isn't really what I had in mind when I said I wanted Earl to take food
maybe he
directly
just wants to
from
hunt
me,
shit. Maybe that's
but
fun.
it's certainly a step forwards. So on day 14, I try again. It's very sad to say this, but Earl is not going to live for very long, and the reason why I wanted to form a bond with him in just 14 days is so that he feels comfortable with me for the rest of his short life. And the real key to this is to get him to associate me with feeding time. As I dangle yet another cricket in front of him, he pokes that little face up, jumps at the cricket, but retreats. As I keep the cricket there, Earl comes back, has another look, but goes back again.
6 months
now
to
I'm
2
starting
years.
to wonder if he will ever take food from me.
Is how long they live.
It has taken 14 days, but finally, Earl took a cricket directly from me, and we have crossed off another goal. Over the next 3 hours, he filled his boots and his abdomen swelled, and this means it's time to complete the final goal. I have to get Earl to hop on me and stay there, something he hasn't done in the entire time that I've had him.
Yeah.
At first, he does not want
He
to step
probably
on my
doesn't have
finger
the
and
instincts
moves
to deal
away,
with something
but
that's
as I
not
extend
moving.
another finger out, Earl climbs on. Now, he has done this before, so it's nothing new, but he always hops off fairly quickly. Something he does again.
I'd be worried about accidentally squishing the guy,
But
you
this
know?
time, he climbs back up and proceeds to spend 10 very calm minutes on my hands. And the final goal is finally complete. Spiders may not have the same capacity to feel emotion like mammals, but they are intelligent creatures who have the capacity to learn. Earl, who, by the way, is named after a character from the great Sega Mega Drive game, has come a really long way in trusting me since day one. And even though he will live a short life of up to 3 years, this is the start of our friendship, and one that will continue for the rest of his life. If you liked Earl and dig other animals in terrariums, then subscribe, and maybe check out this video.
What a little guy! What a little fella, man. Hell yeah. I love him. He's great. Thank you for that. Oh.
Hey, もう一個のヘッドと手袋と
Man, that's kind of...
尻尾の3点セットです。これも、同じ
It's so well done, but it's kind of scary.
発動します。じゃあ全体回ります。こんな感じです。では、以上です。
Cosplay as a cat for charity. Yeah, I guess it's the eyes. It's, I guess, just kind of weird seeing a photorealistic cat's head that big. It's well done, though. Well made.
こんばんは。今日は猫スーツの着方をやってみます。じゃあ、
Herman would not like that. Abby doesn't like things that she isn't aware of when she's scared of them, which is only sometimes. She doesn't like hats, question mark. Oh, wow. That's pretty good.
ズボンはこうなってて、それで、よいしょと。ファスナーの中が、こんな風になってます。よいしょ。これ、尻尾のベルトね。これを先につけちゃいます、ね。
I don't understand what that part is.
とりあえず、
That's the belt that holds it on. Sure.
よいしょ。よっしょ。どっこいしょ。足入れました。
Abby doesn't like hats. They scare her. Or if I stand up, she's not used to being me. Like, if I'm too tall, it scares her.
決めます。
Yeah, that probably weighs like an absolute ton.
ゆるゆるでいいですよ。そこで次は足ね。よいしょ。
Yeah, it makes it look like you've got the backwards facing legs without actually having to do that. Abby is confused by hats. I can't stand up too fast because Abby will just see me being tall and it'll freak her the fuck out. She was like, you were short just a minute ago when you were sitting and now you're tall? She's kind of a baby.
はい。かぶせちゃいます。それから
Top hat has scared her. My gardening hat has scared her. Yeah, generally speaking, anything that I put on my head outside of like my glasses for seeing. She's very baby.
ヘッド用の乾電池。
A battery for the head?
ヘッド用は上なんで。
Well, the thing is, Abby's not scared of things that you would like expect. Like, she wasn't afraid of a fully grown pit bull. She wasn't afraid of the fucking fire in the fireplace. She's not scared of things that make sense. She's scared of me being tall suddenly or wearing a hat. She's scared of the ground sometimes.
巻いといてください。それから
Oh, like a mic for... I mean, yeah, both cats are scared of the vacuum cleaner. Oh, fan for the head. Yeah, that... Honestly.
ここに見えるかな。リチウムイオンバッテリーあります。これが後で効きます。次は上着。
Yeah, I think that's like a temporary battery solution based on like what they were saying there. It's just really kind of just a regular jacket, isn't it? They made all this from scratch. I mean, again, like fursuit people are insane. Like the quality of work they do and all that is wild.
これぐらい？これにコードあります。このコードをさっきのリチウムイオンバッテリーにつなぎます。
Does this make sound? Like the fan?
よいしょ。
Like I've never seen a fursuit in person that is of this quality.
つなぎます。細かいところはね、現物見て確認してください。これでズボンは終わりだから、上着のファスナーね。
I'm just gonna continue referring to this person as they because I'm not sure. And they're a furry. So like could be doing some gender non-conforming stuff. Oh yeah, no, this is incredibly warm to wear. I still want a suit of armor.
気をつけてください。このぐらいまで上げちゃいます。ここでコード出します。
And the zipper just kind of goes away by natural, like the fur covers over it.
次はヘッドね。
Okay, right.
後ろにファスナーあります。で、コードも出てます。もうこのコードを刺しちゃいますね。よいしょ。これでファンはオンになりました。
Some of the translations I don't think are right, but I think it's doing its best to try and understand what they're saying and then translate it.
ここでマスクをかぶっちゃいます。
I mean, it's a very well-made cat head. It just is a little concerning to look at.
後ろの方からかぶってくださいね。後ろの方をはめて、前をずらしていく。
Is this explaining to the owner who's gonna own it after this, or like who are you explaining this
は
to?
まりました。ちょっと毛があるから。
Hairball?
取ってね。で、ここにヘッドのコード出てるんで、
Cord,
この
not
コー
code.
ドを中に入れちゃって、ファスナーを上げます。
Yeah, I mean, this would.
首元まで上がりました。
Yeah, they definitely like. It's very well done.
そこで次は、ヘッドのファスナーを下ろしちゃいます。
Like, if I had a suit of armor, I would want it to have those fans as well, because, like, I just can imagine how much that would weigh.
Yeah. あとは手袋ね。
Just use aluminum?
指を出しちゃいます。
Oh, what the fuck?
かぶせる。次はこっち。
Right, and so you just don't put your fingers all the way through, and so then you just have pause, unless if you really need something like that.
これも袖をかぶせちゃいます。
You kind of got to brush it, yes, that way the fur isn't all clumped up.
そしたらもう細かい作業しなくていいんで、指は隠しちゃいます。こんな感じ。
I mean, that's a very easily solution, yeah.
ちょっと映り悪かったかな。こんな感じです。大きく映してこう。
God, it's so well done. Would I stream in this costume? I would die. I would die from the heat. Yeah, I mean, like, if, what's the name of those, I think they're recce packs? What? There's like a... I don't know what this piece is called, but on like military backpacks, they've got this metal frame for this bit. And like you attach the backpack to it and it lowers the weight because it like the metal thing better distributes the weight on your back. So that way you can wear all of the fucking shit that they wear in the military. Standard and hiking backpacks. I think that it's probably the same tech that you're talking about that they used with like armor back in the day.
結構ダブダブに作ってあるんで、中楽ですよ。はい。じゃあ、脱ぐときはこの逆でやってください。では、以上です。
It's very well done.
New from Bionicle. Vizon's got the cock, but Fenrak's got the balls, and they are hungry for cum.
What? Alice frame for the Alice packs. That's what it's called.
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here.
Too bad. We're not watching that right now. Yeah, that's what it is. An Alice pack. Yeah. And that just, yeah. Lively. Oh, okay. This one's loud. I'm gonna have to turn it down. Hold on. Fuck. Shit. Okay. The bird's like, what are we doing? What a fella. Bites? Why bite? Yeah? It's like, why the fuck are you following me? Their mouth is their hands. I know. Little bites. It's a pretty bird. That color is beautiful. Yeah, he's doing the head thing because they don't have, Amazing. Yeah, no, that's why I could never have a bird. Like, they're too loud. How many of these do we have? Jeez. I am very behind. I guess I don't have to do them all today.
What kind of game is that? It's not a game. It's a penis. This must be pretty hard. It's hard, but I'm almost done. Direction? DW, don't touch that! Ah! Ew! I told you not to touch it!
You sound sick. No school for you today. Now, how about a nice cup of tea? Wait, right
yeah,
here.
bad.
I told you not to touch it!
Timothy Reed, come here. Uh-oh. Middle name. Are they gonna have to amputate my arm?
Yes.
I'm in charge.
You're gonna amputate!
Okay, but we better get started.
That's cold. Apologize to yourself. No way! She should apologize to me. I worked all week on this. I told her a million times, stop touching the penis. It's kind of sideways at the end of the day. Hey, Pinky! You dropped your penis. It's huge!
Dad, why won't Arthur wake up?
I think he's dead, honey.
Good, good.
Swish Phil.
All right, well, that was certainly a thing.
If you drive down a certain stretch of highway in the California desert, you will hear music. It's supposed to sound a little bit like this.
That's probably a copyright claim as well.
But instead, it sounds like this.
Oof.
That was the musical road of Lancaster, California, and as you may have heard, it's a little bit out of tune. A lot of money was spent on that road.
Didn't we watch this one already?
For a car company who wanted to show off.
I'm pretty sure we watched this one already.
Doing calculations for something like that isn't really difficult. A musical note is a vibration in the air at a particular frequency, and those vibrations can be made by a violin string or synthesized by a computer, or in this case, made by vehicle tires hitting grooves in the road. The closer the grooves are,
it's another failed musical road,
and the higher the note. So take the speed limit, divide by the frequency of the note you want, and that's how often there should be a groove in the road. And if people travel at the wrong speed, well, it shouldn't really matter. It'll just be like slowing down or speeding up any other bit of music. It'll be in the wrong key, but it'll still sound.
Maybe I just watched it by myself. I don't know.
It won't sound like that mess. So, what went wrong? At this point, I am indebted to David Simmons Duffin, an assistant professor of physics at Caltech, whose interests include quantum field theories and playing Baroque violin, because he was, as far as I can tell, the very first person to figure out what went wrong. And
the sleeper strips.
Probably the English language. Whoever did the calculations said that the grooves should be so far apart, let's say 4 inches for the first note. And they meant that there should be a groove every 4 inches. But whoever gave the instructions to the work crew said that the grooves should be 4 inches apart. And that was interpreted as 4 inches between the end of one groove and the start of the next one. They didn't include the width of the groove itself. But your ears definitely do include it. The highest note on that section of the William Tell Overture should be 1 octave higher than the lowest. That means the frequency should be doubled and that the grooves should be half the distance apart. And they are, if you don't include the width of the groove itself.
I see.
That error means that every note is distorted, not by a fraction of its value, like if you're traveling at the wrong speed, but by a constant amount, by the width of the grooves.
Right.
The higher the note, the greater the effect of that distortion, and the result is the mess that you are about to hear for a second time. And the really strange part? This is the second musical road built in Lancaster, California. The first one, built by the car company, was too close to residents who complained about the constant
Oh my
noise,
God, that's
this note here. So the city paved over it and rebuilt it to the exact same wrong blueprints.
Yeah, that would suck. Holy shit, fuck. I would hate living next to that. Yeah, I'm like 90% certain that. Why did we sit in these shit-ass chairs?
How does this chair make you feel?
Depressed.
This is the Verco 9000, a chair that the company, Verco, says has sold more than 60 million units. Here's its introduction in 1965.
These are the chairs that I used to stack in elementary school. I had a job in elementary school stacking the chairs, and as long as I did my job, I would get points. And then I spent all those points to buy my mom a 2-layer cake. Because you could buy little dinky toys, but I was like, nah.
decades after. When this chair came to my house, I felt things. I was transported. And no matter where you put it, it belongs in a school. Why?
Was it a good cake? I don't know.
I learned about the convergence
it's the thought that
of
counts.
3 factors.
Yeah,
to make
one
a
layer would have been a
plastic
different
chair
price.
Into an icon. And I think I learned about my nostalgia in the process. This takes me back to science class when I would tip back on this and see.
And then sometimes these would get a little gummed up and it just would not bend at all.
I could balance. Thing is actually surprisingly sturdy. It will not break. And I was able to recognize that the second that it got shipped to my home. But there were a couple of key design elements that were really important when it launched in 1965. This 1873 school chair shows the material limitations. It has wooden slats and a brass frame. You can tell it's heavy and relatively immobile. This 1881 catalog shows the even more typical configuration of wood desks bolted to heavy metal. They were dovetailing wood and iron together. These were beasts. And this isn't just a school thing, it is a furniture thing. Anybody who has old furniture knows this. It's super heavy. And that's why it helps to understand that Verco, seen at their 1950 groundbreaking here, started with a material that was changing design. Okay, so I am actually gonna backwards chair it for this section, like a cool guy, because I'm gonna be talking to you about today's sponsor, which is Dynamo, and they have a... Go ahead and get back to this one. So back to that Verco groundbreaking. Tubular steel started becoming a furniture material in the 1920s. And before Verco,
Tubular.
Verco, the founder, Julian Virgin.
Yeah, I love just seeing where everyone skips to.
He sounds like a comic book hero. Ran U.S. steel plating. This is why Dinky Links is on screen right now, because the earliest mention I could find of U.S. Plating Company was when they donated a steel shaft putter. This made its way to furniture. Tubular steel was most famously used by the Wasili chair. It initially used a bit of straw and cotton and tubular steel. Browse through the parent company's catalog in the 1920s and 1930s, and you'll find lots of tubular steel.
This is very Bauhaus inspired as well.
Today, an initially bizarre and kind of industrial-looking material that became quite fashionable. These furniture trends made tubular steel practical and trendy. So I'm giving you the super broad strokes here, but around the world, technology was changing the type of furniture
Hey, what's
that
up,
was
Killer
made
Squirtle?
and the shape that furniture took. Charles and Ray Eames started experimenting with molded plywood in the 1940s.
Interesting.
And I think you can see the curves in this 1948 Herman Miller catalog. That led to plastic and molded fiberglass chairs they created. These broad, organic design trends, there are probably thousands of examples, became mainstream and flowed to the school
I kind of want to play Noita in a minute.
Wakefield, a longtime school furniture maker, created beautiful chairs, like this one from the 1950s. These chairs featured Hey Woodite, a way to sell molded plastic to a public just learning about the possibilities. So in the 1950s and 1960s, these organic-looking wood and fiberglass chairs really became mainstream. In 1962, the Brunswick stacking chair looked shockingly similar to our beloved Verco. Verco soon developed their own Martest plastic. Plastic at the price of wood. Let's focus on that. Plastic had been a more expensive option.
Interesting,
the price
yeah.
was quickly coming down. It was rapidly getting as cheap as wood and would soon be cheaper. So in 1965, all this technology came together in the form of the Verco 9000.
Also, that's a 3D render and not a real chair, I'm pretty
single-shell
sure.
Plastic piece with tubular steel legs. But that design
You can see the
evolution,
verts.
that is just part of it.
You low
You have
polyed
to
that chair and you
understand
shouldn't
a
have.
more important piece as well.
Crowded schools exist everywhere, and there's a teacher shortage.
Or haven't you heard?
There's not a teacher shortage, there's a shortage on paying people what they fucking deserve.
They gave my boy half a seat.
I love the social dynamics here, by the way. These two kids, they are clearly fighting over turf. So this video is from 1949, but it gives you a sense of some of the big changes that are going on. Schooling used to look quite different. Desks were in long rows, immovable, and kids were packed in. Look at this diagram from an 1800s catalog. They crammed 62 pupils in a class, and it was a tight fit. This desk from 1900, it's beautiful, but you can see students have to be in a row for it to work. And it's heavy.
What happens to the first row people?
In Montessori schools, in the hope of encouraging flexibility. But you had a
most of those kids are probably dead. Good.
This thing was heavy. Arrangements like these from the 30s were just going to be pretty stationary. But you had two big changes in education in the 20th century. A change in the students and a change in the educational philosophy.
It was like a different
and both of them affected the chairs.
What's the reason behind this crowded condition?
There are many reasons, but it all comes under one heading, the increase in population.
Look at this chart. It shows total enrollment by the numbers of students from 1900 all the way to 2000. So it's going from 17 million all the way up to 29
I hate the
million
fucking desk
by
chair
just
ones.
And see this
Those
big
I
pop
could
here?
never fit in
That
properly.
is the baby boom. 29 million to that 1971 peak of 51 million. Things were getting crowded. Verco, from the beginning, was built to cater to this market, and it worked. Their sales grew. The blue lines here are total sales, and the company even labels the baby boom and baby boom echo. If classes are growing as quickly as these graphs show, you need furniture solutions that are durable, but also flexible and easy to expand on.
No, I think
Go
that
ahead and
people
look
just
at
have
this
back
catalog.
problems.
It is from 1971. One-piece molded Martest plastic shell is heavily reinforced. It's modern and durable. You can make permanent or semi-permanent rows of chairs with this gaming
1919
device,
was
but you
when
don't have
Bauhaus
to.
happened.
And as importantly, it provides for quick and easy stacking. This teacher's happy. The other thing that's going on is right around here.
A look at various examples of the open education concept in operation at several public schools.
Do you remember that one desk that was an attempt at a more flexible form of education, Montessori style? That thinking was starting to trickle through to all public schools. The idea, roughly, was to have fewer rows of desks and instead allow children to move to their interests in an occasionally chaotic fashion. That's the teacher. I drew the teacher.
Classes, of course, were marked by that formality that we know.
Can I just... Okay, wait, like... Did y'all not sit in rows? Because I sat in a fucking row. I hardly remember any classes where I did not sit in rows.
The rows of chairs and desks that suddenly appear after kindergarten for some reason.
Elementary wasn't rows?
Kids
What?
kind of restrained in many ways from being kids.
I even found quotes to this effect in this article, where learning looks
We did
like
rows,
play.
high school
It
was
says
rows,
blackboards,
elementary
cabinets,
school was
desks, and chairs
squares.
move easily.
Okay,
Now, I don't want to
yeah.
overstate this. I think that saying open education is the reason we sit on chairs like this would be going a bit too far. However, I do think that directionally, this does give us the right idea. Both of these trends do. There were more students in schools.
Mostly
and
rows, some
schooling
squares.
was becoming
Sometimes they
more
would like
flexible,
set it up in a
both of which
circle. I
led
remember that
people
in
away
elementary
from
school.
Desk and chair combos to flexible, movable chairs like this one. It was ultimately a trend, but here is what I have failed to explain, and hopefully you will have...
Also, okay, so my brain just did an ADHD, but you guys, have you heard of the, quote, male loneliness epidemic? See, I thought it was just like, guys can't make friends, but apparently a lot of people are just saying men can't get laid. And it's just like, God damn it, if it was... Like, if people were just like, you don't have any fucking friends as a guy, and it's a problem because, like, we live in a society that does not allow men to have, like, a full range of, like, emotions and shit. Nah. Apparently, it means men are having an issue not getting laid. And I'm just like, that's a separate issue, and sure, but like, that's not what I was going there for. Like, I'm like, yeah, guys do have an issue with like finding friends, but like, if you can't get laid, that's incel shit. You know? Like, and what sucks is that there definitely is like an issue with like guys not having a good place to turn to when learning how to correctly approach a woman. Because it's just like, just be yourself, and it's like, I'm a freak. How do I get laid? Because that's still like a want. But there's not really a good, like, no one's stepping up to the bat and being like the other fucking answer to how do you get girls to like you in a way that does not objectify women. Do you have communal areas for family, friends, or neighbors? Not really? No? Like, do you mean Target? Do you mean Starbucks? Like, lack of third spaces. Yeah. Like, legitimately hanging out in the park is considered weird and homeless behavior. Same with libraries. If you go to a park or a library, often that is not like a place that you can just hang out at. Like, people are weird about it. You aren't grinding for more money. I like parks. I like them all. I mean, I like the library. But yeah. It's weird, man. I do think that there should be advice on how to, like, I don't know, respectfully ask women out. Like, that should be a thing. There should be someone who has that as, like, that's the thing. Like, yeah, I mean, like, honestly, the trick to, like, getting girls to like you is to treat them as equals. And, like, clearly state your intentions. I'm sure it'll eventually turn to shit. It is just bizarre that there's not, like, a non-shit version of the manosphere. There are some people who literally need to have some shit spelled out for them. Like, I was an awkward teenager. And if you don't have, like, a good family, like, or a good father figure to, like, show you how to, like, be... Manosphere has been a term for a while, unfortunately. Oh, yeah. See, that's why I'm like, I'm not saying that, like, I should be the person to do this, because, like, I don't know when people are hitting on me. I just sort of assume that people aren't. Which, aside from my, like, incredible love towards my wife, is a thing that keeps me from having any sort of issues.
This question too. Verco 9000. Okay, but it's...
The connecting through line there was that, like, in elementary school, I didn't have friends. And I remember taking my chair and putting myself in the corner when we had, like, everyone can put your chairs wherever you're at, you want. Go hang out with your friends. And then everyone, like, set up their tables and their chairs and stuff. And then I was like, oh. So I just put myself in a corner and cried. I remembered that. It was in one of these chairs. I was like, there should be a thing to help people out who are lonely. And then I started thinking about the whole male loneliness thing. And then I got there. That's how my brain worked just there.
Just a plastic chair. Why this one? Why not any plastic chair? Look back at that Open Education article. There's a plastic chair, but it's not the Verco 9000. Look, there's a triangle opening. This is the right type of chair, but it has a rectangular back. 1976, mobile plastic chair, but not the 9000. So why is this the chair that sold 60 million times? Why is this the chair that triggers my nostalgia? Verco's 10K form gives us the clues. They say they have the largest direct sales force of any education furniture manufacturer.
Yeah, a lot of people did not have good parents.
Software they've developed.
I did.
And they sponsor lots of awards and conferences. But their scale gives them way more important factors that led to their ubiquity. Their manufacturing and their contracts. My Verco chair is made in the USA, which might seem difficult. But Verco says that domestic manufacturing lets them fulfill highly seasonal school orders because factories overseas need longer lead times. They also say big, bulky school furniture, assembled like my chair was when I got it, is harder to ship. They have this thing called the price cube threshold. Basically, it means that big, bulky stuff erases the cost advantage of overseas manufacturing. Most schools get stuff assembled and delivered for them, so this is an advantage for Verco. I also want to flag the most important thing, by far, which is how these school supplies get bought. The company says subsequent to the dot-com bust and again following the recession, fewer school districts now administer their own bids and are more likely to use regional, state, or national contracts. Verco sells 64% of their stuff from this. This is a huge deal. So basically, a purchasing network like Omnia Partners, nicely vague name, negotiates a mega contract for public schools. This is it, if you are interested in seeing it. And all the other school districts get to piggyback off those prices.
So basically this way, instead of Lisa, a random school assistant principal in rural Arizona, and Frank, an assistant superintendent in New Hampshire, negotiating directly with Verco, they can get their prices from Omnia's negotiation with Verco, and they're spending less time worrying about desks and chairs.
Verco makes buying furniture easy, and with discounts, guess which chair works best? The N2? The 3000? Analogy? 2000? The 9000 wins.
They're kind of expensive,
Obvious
dude.
Question. Who cares about a chair? I initially made this video for the nostalgia clicks, and I felt a little bit guilty about it. I mean, nostalgia can be indistinguishable from a form of narcissism. Ooh, look at this Squeeze It commercial. My life matters. But I think there is something more meaningful going on, and that is because nostalgia can be specific. You know, I was talking to a group of middle school students about YouTube and stuff like that. It was over Zoom, and so through this grainy Zoom window, it was kind of hard to distinguish exactly what was going on. But then one of the students stood up to ask a question, and I noticed that he had this chair. Suddenly, we were connected. If you went to public school at a specific time, in a specific country, you probably had this chair.
Yeah, 100%.
All of us pop out in this like void, you know, without context. In our lives, we find that context through things and experiences, but so many of those experiences are just individual.
What is this?
Backyard.
What was that video there?
These are moments that we mostly don't share. Nostalgia is the point where those specific things about us meet the specific collisions of technology and culture and business. The individual and the universe aren't split by a gulf.
Nostalgia is just corporations reselling you a thing.
And for a moment, just a moment, that is it for this one. Thank you so much to the people who
I
sent
remember
me
I
in
was tall enough to
their
be able
chairs.
to
Thank you
accidentally
to
knock
the
my...
class that did it. That was really awesome.
Do you guys have school desks you could store stuff in? Yes. I didn't have like a 2-person desk, dude. Like we had 1-person desks and they had like a slot you could slide books and shit into, but it was like kind of a bad place to put shit because like the amount of space and my fat ass as a kid, like what you could not get it out of the fucking hole, you know? Like because I was sitting there. We had a desk with a built-in ruler that was inaccurate. I love that. That's so fucking real. Oh yeah, no, we didn't have the open-topped ones. We had the slot ones. All right, give me like 2 minutes to go to the bathroom, brush my teeth, and because my teeth just feel weird now because I've had like 3 or 4 gingers. And then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna play some Noita and not learn from our mistakes. All right, be right back. 2 minutes. BRB. Where's the music? Music. All right, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. 3 seconds left on the ad. I'm getting an ad for some AI bullshit. I'm so sorry. Sorry about the ads. They're how I pay rent. Principally speaking. Because, let's be real. That's the best way to do it. All right, so I need to like somehow notify myself of where we are. Okay, we got all the way to here. More pin message. Yeah, pin this. Okay. And then I'm just gonna have to remember that I did that. Okay. So, now, I just remembered that I'm the little fella today. That's good. Alright, let me go ahead and Yeah, the chair video wasn't, like, a thing that chat sent. I should probably open Discord. So that way I can Discord. Where is just chat? Oh my god, I don't know how to use my own chat. Okay, there it is. There we go. There we go. All right. At everyone, Noita time. We're gonna get eaten by worm. Noita. Noita. I'm Evie, but I don't want to sleepy. Too fucking bad. Become asleep. Shadow Wizard. Good. We're not doing Worm 4 now. Okay. Noita. Noita. I don't know if I'm going to come back to Hole or not on stream. I don't know if that's like a good stream or not. Acid and this. Okay, so like I don't Oh, also I need to turn down the volume a bit. There we go. I need to make it at least to the first one. Then I can go back up. Actually, I can go back up through the Squidward hole. But that I would have to kill Squidward for, right? I did enjoy Hole. Hole was a good game. It has no story, though, it turns out. So there's not like a huge reason to stream it aside from to do the unlocks. I probably will keep playing it off stream because it's fun, but I just don't know if it's a good stream game or not. Oh, that seems wild. I see. Ow. Yep. Bad decision was made. Bad. Very bad. Very bad. Good. I need to not use it as a weapon. I don't really know what I want to do in order to complete this. Like, where that even begins to become a thing that you can do. I'm just terrified. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. What are you doing down there? Hello? Alright, well, that took care of itself, I guess. Standard completion is getting all the way to the bottom. Okay. Oh, fuck. I almost killed myself on that. Just focus on getting to the bottom. Yeah, I can't get to the moon or anything. It's the fucking base that scares me the most. I think I saw another... Why are you alive down there? I'm glad I hit all of them. There's a story there. Cool. And I got a vial of blood here. I mean, I had like a decent thing going there, but like not so good that I'm actually upset about it. I just don't like losing in this game. Okay. But, you know, who fucking does in any game? Please no. Okay. It does have Dwarf Fortress energy. Invisible potion. Okay, yeah, just a little bit of... Cool. What the fucking goddamn? Okay, maybe this will help with that guy that I was fighting a second ago. Is he down? Is he down here? He died. No, he didn't. Trick shot. Get fucked. Oh, the fucking trick shot. Let's go. And that's all the gold we're getting from that situation. Kick flipped. Whoa! Whoa! Is this Berserkium? It is. Something mixes together to make Berserkium, I'm pretty sure. I don't really know what was wrong with that guy. But, cool. Max health increases are always good. Oh, Jesus. Something mixes with something else to make Berserkium here. Because that's more than just a bottle's worth. Maybe that guy was just running around throwing Berserkium potions or something? I don't know why I think the wands have to be up. They could very well be down. Maybe that's just what we do. Okay, we're not interacting with that man. Oh, fuck you. You know what? Fuck this, I'm leaving. I'm so low on health, I can't deal with that shit. Alright, I can buy most of these. That one should be pretty good. That exists. That's fine. That's also fine. 140 would be 60 to 200, so I think we just buy this guy and then make it our main wand because it should be shotgun machine gun? Not what I thought it was gonna be, but good. Exploding gold. Most wands will be non-shuffling and you will carry... Okay. Revenge bullets. I think non-shuffle is good. And we got a second wand. Let's go. It's a small nubby guy. Okay. Ow. This is your fault. What is this shit, man? I think it's just better than this wand in general. And it's like silly bombs and also freeze liquids near you for some reason. Wait, is it casting multiple spells at once? No. It just has the 3-shot thing. I'm not really sure what the silly wands do. They seem to just do less damage than regular bombs, but I'm not really sure what the sparkles are about. Is it like a lasting effect? Small bombs are clusters. Okay. I might drown here. Okay, didn't drown. Oh shit! Okay, luckily didn't... Oh wait, what the fuck is this doing here? I didn't even see that shit. Oh shit! Just let the fire go? But I'm impatient. And that's not good viewing, you know? You gotta go fast. That's how you make more mistakes. And have funny little moments. Yeah, alright. Well, you know what? There we go. Sure. Sure, man. Fucking this thing. Oh? Huh. Well, that seems like a bit of a problem to combine those two elements. Okay. Well, I mean, definitely top off our blood. We got 300 monies, which is a pretty acceptable amount. Is there any easy gold to get around here? Like, not really. Let's just leave. You missed a health up? Where? Oh. What? Where? Oh, there. Okay, yeah, I can grab that. Lots of health ups this time. That's pretty good. Not bragging about it, game, just so you know. I'm just saying. I'm appreciating what the game is giving me. Because we're friends, right, game? Alright, what nonsense is this? Cast 2 spells at a time, but they're kind of slow. We do a little bit... Always cast air? And it shoots... fair. I mean, that's really interesting. I don't know if it's good. I didn't change the category? Did it get reset when I changed stuff? Yeah, it got reset. Thank you. Thank you, Luigi guy. I'm gonna fix it on the dashboard as well. We're probably gonna have to have another day where I work on game dev stuff and, like, you guys just keep me company, because otherwise that shit ain't getting done. Does this change anything? I think we just want the parts from this one. Do we actually need either of these wands? Like, not really? How much damage does this do? 25 uses at 25 damage. Okay. I want this wand and I'm not going to explain myself. I just want things sometimes. We don't need the light on us right now, but... And then what are you? Can you do this? Is this okay with you? Okay, maybe not. Is it because it's timed and it's going off on that? Oh, I see. It's casting like all three of them in order because... Right. But we don't really need that, do we? If I have two of them? Okay, that uses it up pretty fast, but it does shoot faster, which is nice. Okay, that's much slower. And then this guy? Okay, no. The real trick is literally just loading it up with all of the bouncy boys. And then we could throw one of these guys in here, because fuck it. And that adds, like, critical chance or some shit. I don't know. What happens when you combined acid with freezing? You just piss off Steve? Okay, well that's a thing that exists, I guess. What the fuck was I stuck on? Always cast a random one-off. Manas to kills. Trick greed. Oh, it always casts critical? Are you kidding me? That's really good. Seed 20363486662. I say the whole thing out because then I know you at least had the time to pause the video and figure it out. What is this doing away from any sort of trap? Why are you just here? Whoa. Oh, I see. That was supposed to be over there. The CEO who cheated on his wife resigned. Oh, Jesus. Got him. Okay, so somehow this needs to get electrocuted so that way I can do this. I don't need that wand. I already have that wand. I also have this wand, which I can use now. It just sprays acid. That's what this one does. It casts 5 spells. Sure, fuck it. We're taking weird wands today. Okay, yeah, no, that's slow as shit. I don't know if I could do anything with that, but we can try. That recharge time, yeah, it's like, what, 3 seconds? You're gonna feel that. I don't think we need that wand. I think we replace that wand, because that's a little too shit. All right, now we can go down. Acid. Whoa, whoa. Why'd you gotta jump scare me, man? Jesus. Right, that's acid. Well, we're going a different way. Wait, what happens if I... Toxic waste plus acid, or is this acid as well? That is acid. Okay, that... I was frozen a bit there. Okay. There's no way I'm missing. Yeah, pulped. Get fucked, son. We need a better wand for these lasers. There is a wand over there. And then that. Okay, now we're through. What are you? Blood Mist, Fire Arc, Formation Pentagon. I'm gonna hazard a guess and say that fucking kills you. Yeah. Spell of instant death. Just want to test something real quick. Alright, well, you suck ass then. I was trying to be cool and make you cast the spell, but you're dick. You're dick. Why not try it just once? It seems to be, I mean, it's blood. It's the fire trail that's really the problem. I know, they'll pick up the fucking wand if they see it. They don't care, they're dumb. Oh, Jesus. Okay, good news, I'm not dead. Ow, ow, frozen, ow, frozen. No. Acid. No. No. What are you doing here? Oh shit, fuck. Please avoid me. Where's, oh, Jesus. No. Whoa! Not worth. Not worth. Not worth. Not worth. Not worth. Not worth. Okay, I'm too broke and I can't do the trick to get other stuff. What I want to try is what if this... Just this, actually, this. Stand near water just in case. I see. Flamethrower activated. It's pretty good. And then 4 is just blood mist in some random direction, which I don't think is very helpful. If it is just blood mist, it's probably good. Okay, I know it's weird, but... Wait, can I swim in the mist? Blood mist with acid trail. Oh, why did I put that here? Oh, shit. All right, well, that's very effective at digging holes. Yeah, Steve died almost immediately to the melting spell. You get more critical hits, phasing, or eat your vegetables. I think more criticals is good. Oh shit, fuck. I guess I could have used the advantage of having killed Steve there to just go in and out of the place without going through the regular exit, but mistakes were made. I mean, it could still go up there, right? You can't edit wands anymore. Ah. That would have been the key parts of this that would have made it good. What are all the exclamation points about? Why am I grumpy? I don't have any Berserkium on me. What the fuck Pixel did that to me? Why are you doing this to them? You're just killing them. All right, moving on. Okay. Vaguely scary for a moment, but we're fine. I don't know why I thought I could hit him with that. That's a wormhole? Oh no. Probably not that kind. A chest. Can I upwarp this, you think? Yes! I can just shove it into the wall if I need to dig. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, it pissed Steve off real fucking good. But it also did the job of burrowing. Oh shit, the bed. Okay. Yeah, that's the wand of just blood, not both. Okay. Hey, Dr. Zottel, how you doing? Wait a minute, did you just take damage? Yeah, you son of a bitch, Mimic. Get out of here. Okay. Asshole. Welcome to Noita time. That's really just not doing anything to any of that. Oh, it's like all like in a cloud for a bit and then it goes. I do enjoy Noita. Noita? However the fuck you're supposed to pronounce it. It like takes a second for it to continue doing its thing and then it'll actually start falling. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck, 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 I'm stuck. Okay, if we just leave. We go away from that. We leave again, because that's bad. Oh man, there's so many bad things nearby. Oh, this is bad. Ah! You're not still mad at me, right? Is Steve still mad at me? It doesn't have to be like this, man. I think I've got like 40, 50 hours in this game, so I'm still fairly fresh. Ow, ow. Potential owls are happening. I don't need to read that right now. He's just chaining me against the wall. Ow. Go through the acid, you son of a bitch! I hate Steve. Yeah, pissing off Steve was a mistake, but I mean, I kind of just had a dumb brain moment. He dodged the acid the first time I got him with it. Why you have to be mad? I am Steve. Oh shit. Oh God. Okay. Sure. I didn't take that much damage from it, I don't think. Why are wizards flammable? Because most people are. Wizards are people too. They just know how to cast spells. Alright, well, that whole area is ass now. What are you? Ambrosia, okay. You guys dead over here? Good. That was the idea. It's a little bit dangerous, but honestly kind of slaps as well. Not really sure what causes it. Oh, it's because of the shuffle. That's why it sometimes does and sometimes doesn't explode. If I could make it more consistent, that might make it better. Always casts light and is a shotgun. I mean, the light thing's whatever, but the shotgun's good. I love me a shotgun. That's not gonna work. That'll work though. Grab a little gold. We don't have the stuff that I'd like to have in order to take on what's his face over here. Yeet. Hello? I think I just hallucinated someone dropping down. Okay, so anyway. Look at this one. I call it a bad idea. Ah, fuck. All right, we got chainsaws. Yeah, this can be good. Yeah, it uses up 2-inch energy to do that. The saws are good. Sea of Alcohol is funny. I don't know if it's good. Put it before a projectile to make it a machine gun. Well, this one's shuffle. So maybe we do it on this. It's faster, I guess. I mean, this is still, I mean, this is a wand for digging. Like, that'll dig fucking anything. Ow, fuck. Okay. I think I like that. I think that's a good wand. Do I want to do this? Does this work? It's not always explosive this way. This way it is. Okay. Double scatter. Disc projectile. I mean, it's just so bad. Yeah, let's see if there's like explosion immunity or something. Then we can do something really stupid with it. We got Iron Stomach, no more knockbacks, and telekinetic kick. Yeah, the saws just don't seem like they're worth it, man. Like, I guess you would have to get homing or something for that to work out well. Do I want telekinetic kick? Not really. I'm thinking about re-rolling this. I mean, telekinetic kick is fine. Saws with telekinetic kick could be a desperation move. I'm gonna re-roll, yeah. More hatred. Bouncy spells. They bounce and last longer. Extra item. Okay, now we go down. Just fucked up everything down here real quick before I made the jump. Alright, we need to get some gold. Luckily, we have our wand of digging. Which I was trying to show off, but I guess not right now. Oh, it's really bad. Cool. All right. Anyway, doing something else. I was gonna like dig for the gold there, but that's just fucking annoying. You're too. I'm gonna go somewhere that this isn't. Oh no. Oh god, it's acid. Oh god, it's acid. Ambrosia? I'm so dead. Sorry, I had to leave on that one. I was not feeling confident about my ability to survive. Okay, so I need this to be my first wand. For sure. And then this wand just does not work the way I want. Okay, that's something. We're gonna ignore all that because it's all bad anyway. It all sucks. And you saw it? You saw all how bad they were? Wand radar and fungal disease. I guess wand radar. What the fuck? I added the bouncy ball to increase the rate of fire. Ooh, okay. How are you alive? Why? Okay. Can you get killed by free falling ice? I think any sort of like object can kill. It's how like a lot of people kill Steve, is drop a statue on him. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid the freezing shit, but you know. That's how it is on this bitch of an earth. All right, what do we got down here? There we go. Oh, God. How? Yes, that's my, oh shit, I need to back off and just shoot into a hole for a bit option. Luckily, you can just hold down the mouse click. I think he's gone. Okay, good. I don't really have a good way of getting into there. You know, why don't we just go to the other wand? It's maybe not trapped under... of course this is a thing. Ow. Oh, someone picked up the wand. Ow. I saw someone shooting a laser over here. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Sure. Be dead? Be dead. Be dead? Be dead. Be dead? Okay, he's dead. I'm pretty low on health, mostly because of my own doing. But let's make it worse. Ow. Ow. Cool. I mean, I said what I said, man. I'm not lying. I did make it worse. Okay. No, I should do... I was gonna go, like, maybe to the pyramid or something, but, like... I don't know if that's gonna... help? That's just a different problem that I don't understand. This is one of those ones that you need. This is like, don't take damage from electricity. That's pretty cool. What happened here? That was a weird little pit. TNT guy, I'm just gonna tell you right now, I am not about you right now. I'm gonna ignore you. You're gonna ignore me, and that guy, you're gonna ignore me as well. And we're just gonna go our separate ways, live our separate lives, not be involved in each other, and shut the fuck up and leave me alone. You look a little different? You cut hair? No, this is my, this is the VTuber rig I was using before I got shy to do my, like, really good looking one. I mean, that's cool and stuff, but I'm good. So we had this agreement that I forced upon you where we were not going to do shit to each other. We were going to be cool, and then they decided not to be. So that's like a them issue. Ow, why'd you do this? Aiming down is really good when falling. That's great. Just farming a little bit of money. Neat trick, but not what I was trying to do. All right. Got a little extra money out of him without having to, like, hurt myself. I can't be near that. That's just bad news bears. I can leave, but I would like some wands. Like, I really kind of, like, above all else, really need wands. Like, that's like my start, is like, get wands. Okay, I'm on fire now. Cool. Awesome. Fuck it. Okay, I'm super flammable now. This won't be a problem with the fire about, right? Oh, okay. Bonked myself with the ceiling. Okay. Just a little dip of the toesies in lava. How much lava does it take to kill you? Because it seems like a pixel. The fuck? Oh no. You're not getting that wand? Skill issue. I'm not getting that wand. Okay, all right. I've got an idea. It's bad, but let's go. Oh. All right. Anyway. Fly next to it and you can get it? Oh, there we... Oh. Yeah. Okay. I got it. Why is it always fucking acid and fire? I fucking hate being on fire and acid. All right. Do you feel like a wizard yet? You're a wizard, Harry! No, I feel like an idiot with a gun. Like someone who's never taken gun safety classes and is constantly trying to prove a reason on why they need to exist. Ow. You're a hairy wizard. Yeah, I get poison and acid switched. And chat has been trying to correct me on this. It will not happen. Shit's green, yo. Could be anything. Could be anything. So yeah, so that's toxic sludge. But I mean, unless if I see them next to each other, like the color difference is so small that like it's kind of hard to tell. Acid is never liquid. Really? Please don't. Didn't think it was that. Didn't think it was that one. We're just gonna chill for a second because it's very scary. Okay. It is pretty. I love the way the acid trap activates. If you could, like, pick it up with telekinesis and then charge it with, like, the electric wand or something, that could be pretty neat. Are you locked in there? No, you can move around. Huh. Oh, fucking handbasket. Look at all this damage that we've done. Steve's gonna be so fucking mad at me. There's no way Steve's not mad at me. Okay. Fucking kill yourself, the wand. All right. It's okay aside from the delay or the recharge time. That seems neat. Always guess. Yeah. I can't afford it, but it's cute. I think we're going with this one. I'll keep this in the very least. All right. Whoops. That's too slow. Doesn't have enough mana to make that work. Strip down but all but one or two of your wands. I mean, that really is what it is, isn't it? I need a bomb wand and I need a good, like, primary wand. Those are, like, my requirements. Can this be? Oh, that's a bad idea. That's a very bad idea. Otherwise, you'll humble rumble at the new ones. Yeah, you're right. All right, what do we got? Bombs materialized. Bomb-like spells can be placed in your inventory. Freeze stuff, teleport this, dodge. Did you pick the worst fucking shit for me? Thank you. So, like... Can I, like... put it in a bottle slot? Oh, that's cool. Never mind. It's good. That effectively gives us one extra wand slot, which is nice. I'm sure I don't throw it as far, but... Don't do that. Nice. Oh no. Mistakes of my own design. My old nemesis. Oh, this wand's actually great. Yeah, this wand just one-shots the fuck out of everything. I love him. Oh, that's acid. That's lava, I mean. Right, because when those guys die, they spit out lava. Okay, you're not trying to open on... Okay. You are... brass. Yup. partial homing on it. What a wonderful game this is. Like, holy shit. So much wizard exploring. You get to be a I mean, this just feels like what video games oughta, you know? Like this, when you see like a video game or movie, they like run around and they like, I don't know, go and conquer the well or something. Like that's so video game. I love it. Whoa, okay. Okay, yeah, sure. What? Yeah, the ping pong path. That is lava. All right. Okay, let's not do that. I still haven't seen any of the secret level shit. I mean, like, there's one on Concord, I know that, but aside from that, I don't know what else was there. Oh, the Space Marine one. Yeah, the lightning, I think, is overall better, because you can shoot around corners with it and shit, which is just nice in of itself. Oh, that's acid coming down from the roof. Why is it acid? Why is it lava? Why is it's toxic sludge? Crucially, it's not actually electricity there, which is very important for not killing myself in water right now. Is that a chest or something? No, it's like a broken minecart. Yeah, whatever that is, I think is up. I'm just gonna leave. Fuck this. Alright, only two options. This guy, which is not bad, and this guy, which is also not bad. I'm curious to know if this works. Oh, right. We learned about the ping pong path with the lightning bolt. That's what I was trying to emulate with that. But, like, okay. I mean, that's pretty fucking crazy deadly. I don't think that we need this wand anymore. Do we need the zappy guy still? It's not the worst thing to have, really. Can I upgrade it with... I mean, that's not really important. Try putting the laser and the ping pong on one. I'm a little worried about hurting myself, but this should kill just about everything. Mana is worse on the other one, so... Oh, okay, cool, good. Sniper rifle time. It's a little on the slow side, but it should just do fine. Legitimately no idea why you would take that perk. Someone said blood money is healing? Okay, it doesn't one-tap, guys. But I can shoot through walls with it. Asshole? Asshole! Fucking... Why? Fuck you. Every laser will reduce charge to... Oh, I should have put more on there. Fuck. Ow. Nice. Being able to shoot through the wall, just aim directly at them is nice. And I'm just tapping it rather than holding it down because it doesn't have like a lot of... Oh. I mean, that's nice right there. I have the twitch reflexes of being able to shoot any moving object as it comes at me. That being said, sometimes it's an explosive barrel and I just kill myself. So there's that. I'm not smart enough to hold my fire. I just see movement and shoot. I'm like a cop. It's more important that I survive than it is to know what the fuck is going on. Ow, fucking sniper! Die? Blue wand would have been better. I'm stuck. Just noted things. Ow. Snipe. The Hissel must be like soldier or something. I only have one wand right now. I'm gonna dig until there's like a nice clean path for me to enter because I do not trust that this angle is free. Hissy means demon. I saw that guy and I didn't want a part of him. Thank God it doesn't have any other weird effects with it. Oh, nice. The rebound got him. It's more like goblin. Okay. Ow. Whoa! Noita is in like, yeah, it's in Finnish, if I recall correctly. Oh no. Oh no! Asshole fucking mimic. I knew it. Always gotta mimic check these motherfuckers. Hello? I mean, yes, I do see you there, but you need to stop that. That's really cool. I love that. Not dealing with that shit right there at all. There is that wand there, but I'm just gonna try and get the fuck out of here at this point. I'm on 3 health. Thank God. Holy shit, that was not good. Okay. What are you? Blood to power. Quadrupate. Okay, yeah, sure. That guy. Splitter. Death cross. Reduce spread. Fireball throw. Okay, so let's get another one of these guys in here. And then no one else decreases. Okay, yeah. Cool. I'm gonna go piss real quick because my bladder just filled. 1 minute, BRB. All right, I am back. I do drink a shit ton of water. It's a thing. Screen stop. Okay, good, 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 good. All right, so... What? Poison trail? That sounds like a way to kill myself. Digging. Fireball. Blood to power. I don't know what that is. I don't think I've ever picked it up. Oh! No? No. 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 I don't really need the death cross. I don't really need that guy either, but you know, here we are. Okay. Always cast one off. Okay, actually, is this the best wand for this? Okay, that's interesting that there's 2 of. I think we'll get rid of that bit. The perk will beef your laser. The reduced spread and range. Lower spread and extra damage, but have an increased cast delay. Okay. Right. So anyway, back to that. What about this shit? Right? Okay. So we're getting rid of that wand. It's gonna be nice to be able to snipe people through shit. I wish it did just a tad more damage. Enjoy that problem, asshole. Oh, hey, what are you? A bloody gold nugget. Oh, right, accidental kills. Does that heal me in some way? Nice. Don't do this. It does heal you a bit. Not much, but it does heal you some. That's really good. That's important to do. It's 10 damage per shot, which means that I need like 3 shots on these guys. Yeah, that seems to be true. If I can increase my critical chance, that would be good. Ow. Okay, didn't die in the very least. Oh. Okay. I'm kind of just waiting for the fire to go away, I'll be honest. There's something with like a green light roaming around here. Oh man. Oh man, oh shit. We're just gonna go through here because any other route looks exceedingly dangerous. I apparently killed a guy with that. Okay, last run. Yeah, just the one more. Just one more. Kick. Kick. It's kind of... Why does... It's just all the wands, isn't it? Any of the weird, like, messes with how the wand's accuracy is, like the ping pong or the who the fuck cares, those all, like, seem to increase the speed at which you fire. And just, like, kind of fuck with the range as well? Is that true with all of them? Lots of them do. Okay. You don't want to do that. Oh no. Jesus. I shouldn't be to blame for other people's bad decisions, Steve. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well. There's a wand over there. Let's see if I can get it. Numbers do weird, numbers do funny. Kind of a submachine gun fire. This could be a primary wand for a bit. I like it. I can afford this last one. Imagine dragons playing Noita. Don't go close to that tank or you'll die. It's where the propane hides. Where it's... I'm incredibly fucking blessed that I have no idea what the fuck you're referencing. All right. You remember the song Kingdom Come? Not really, no. Oh, hey, I just had a really bad idea. It's not a good enough bad idea. I'm kind of okay with giving up the, that's gonna mana drain too much. Okay, yeah, we're gonna keep these two wands and get rid of the other ones. Fire immunity? Gas fire. You know, I've never picked it before, and I'm pretty sure my wife's home, so we're just gonna pick some weird shit that's not a good idea. So just all gases explode. This won't become a problem for me at any point. The fuck? Grass and soil. That was just some weird generation stuff there. I don't know what that is. Oh, cool. I'm on fire. Okay, I'm vomiting now from the snow or the invisibilium. Ow. So far, the gas thing has not become a problem. It's... I hate these guys. They're so fucking tanky. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm sure there's much worse situations in existence. Oh, okay. Okay, that doesn't work like that. Good to know. Yeah, I should probably get melee invulnerability one of these times. Because, like, if that's the guy that's pissing me off... I'm not noticing gases exploding. Gas ignite. Look at Steam. I mean, like, it's not on fire. It's not. Ow. Ow. Jesus. Around you. Oh, like very short range. I see. I thought it was like around you, as in like the everywhere. For some reason, I thought that meant all gases everywhere explode all of the time. I'm just gonna leave. I have a plasma beam, blood mist. Okay, so blood mist then would just explode. So that's interesting. I don't know if it's good. Add mana is really good. Water refill is probably a good idea. Mist is not a gas. Do I want to risk my life on that? What are you? Delayed spellcast, electric charge, fly downwards, cluster bolt, dropper bolt, teleport bolt. Add mana is probably the correct one. But blood mist could explode. And that would be fun. Does this work? Okay. They burn, not explode. More blood. Add always cast breathless. You can no longer drown. Good. Ow. Thank you for that. It's a great way to start this area. I saw a wand over here-ish. Yeah. Wait, that doesn't help. Wait, do I have a way of burrowing? Oh, this shit's not as annoying. Okay, this is actually, like, not the worst ability? Because a lot of this damage doesn't work. Oh, the tanks. I didn't even think about the tanks. Blood gives you crit up chance, right? If I can get infinite potion or infinite spells, that would be good. Sorry, I know this is the most obnoxious way of doing it, but it's literally the only way of doing it right now, so. Okay. Upwarped. Didn't mean to do that, but I guess that works. Oh, Jesus. Come on. Come on. This fucking game. This fucking game. All right. Well, I think I should, I mean, like, get wormed. I'm glad I'm not burning people out on this yet, because we went from like 100-something people on up to 230. One more. But wife home. What if I do well? And then I go for like another hour or two just because I did well. Wife home. Wife says do one more. I love you. Okay, thank you, wife. I love you. What's that? Come in. Yes, please. Oh, what happened?
I was opening a paper bag and it cut me real deep.
The paper bag did?
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, it happened when I was like ringing someone out, so I had to be like.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my love.
I'm trying to find the liquid band-aid, which is hurt even worse, but it's in a weird fucking spot.
Where?
It's like the top of my finger. You can't really see it right now.
Yeah,
like,
it's not bleeding right now,
no,
so I
it's
can't
like
really.
right there, so it's like really sensitive.
Oof. Chad says I have to stab the bag now. Mm-hmm. Because it hurt you. All right, one more run. Dynamite as well. Oh, how long was Vinny live? Was he live like all stream or what? Because yeah, that'll explain it too. This is the one? This is... You know, no, this is going to be a regular run and it's going to go well. And I'm not saying anything that will get the game mad at me and think that I'm hot shit. You know? This is not the one. This is just a run. But it is the last run of the day. Because if I hype up this run, then it'll kill me. He was doing a short multiplayer thing with Germa and Co. That's cool. Is that oil? It totally is. How is there that much oil here? What the fuck happened? What the fuck? There's gotta be some weird mixture that makes... I'm sorry. There's gotta be some, like, alchemy thing that's making that happen, because that's way too much oil. Cool. Like, kind of a whatever burger on that one. I got some swamp in this bottle. Yeah, you're right. Sometimes caves just have oil. Swamp's okay, but it burns. Right? For some reason. Not particularly helpful. There we go. Get that gold out. Nice. Warhammer community's not happy with the current releases. I'm like kind of not looking at that stuff, but yeah, I mean, they're fine. I think that people are getting a little spoiled because they're not bad, you know? But there definitely is like Iron Warriors got, or Iron Hands got, here, let me check them because I actually don't know. I mean, yeah, we still didn't get anything as Chaos, but I mean, like, we're getting one new model per faction for this edition. We already got our new model. I forget what it was. Wasn't the, God, what was it? Oh, was it Vastor? Let me figure out what the, Iron Warriors thing is. I mean, you've got like the new, like this stuff, like that's good. Those are cool, I guess. And then the Word Bearers thing, which is pretty much the same as the other ones. What, oh, this is in, yeah, okay. Mastodons are now in, whatchamacallit? Like, is it in here somewhere? It's like a combat patrol thing or something? No, that's Raven Guard. Oh, those. Yeah, that's not a new model. That has existed for a bit and it's trash. Yeah. These, I forget what these even do or what they're called. I've never seen one ever in play. They're trash. I don't think they move, which is pretty bad when you think about it. Like, how do you get it to aim at something that you need to kill? Well, you just set up where it's going to be. Okay, there's the firing line. I'll just make sure not to stand there until I'm ready to kill it. Like, it just makes no sense. Cool. Hopefully there's some water nearby. Oh, that's lava. Oh, Jesus. Thank God for blood. Dude, that's an awesome fucking metal lyric. Thank God for blood. I don't know where you go with that lyric, but it's pretty fucking metal lyric. Nice. That was a 180 no scope. Hussy's E-Boy Instagram is back. I would ask what that means, but I don't know if it means anything particularly. This might be a mistake. Yeah, that's a wand that I replaced the thing that's on there with, like, bubbles, maybe? I don't know. The bubbles are really short range. Acid's getting me. Yeah, I'm aware of frogs being weirdly the most dangerous thing in this game. Well, not the most dangerous, but way more dangerous than a frog ought to be. Alright, I guess I just won't. Sure. Okay. I can buy any of these ones and maybe even a few. None of... The fuck are you doing with this wand? Okay, let's see if this is better, perhaps. I'm not like... Okay. Moving on. Close call. Extra damage as long as there's enemies near you. Faster projectiles. That means it goes further as well, right? Grab a wand just for the TP. A teleport wand is not the worst idea. Okay. You convinced me. I'm gonna just leave one in there because it doesn't really need to cast 7 spells at... Yeah, that's pretty good now. This will do just fine for a bit. You winning? Not really, but I'm making... I was gonna say I'm making progress, but I don't know about that either. It fires fast enough that I think it'll work out. Something's rumbling. Oh man, that feels like some good damage. After not being able to kill that guys for like way too long, that feels good. Pivot right in the ice place and you can yeah. Yeah, that kind of just shreds people, doesn't it? Ow. Now, someone's gonna say, Rev, there was literally water earlier and you emptied out your wand or your bottle just for it and then you didn't go through and pick it up. Let me explain to you how ADD works. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing most of the time. I'll be real. We're just vibing. All right. So well then. Oh Jesus. Wrong wand. Wrong wand. Constantly on fire. I don't even know where that body came from. Ow. Sure. Okay. This game is a series of accidents that work out, or not. But a series of accidents one way or another. That could go real hard, I think, if I just take the stuff off of it. Do I want any of these other guys? I mean, I want that guy for the digging. Yeah, you can die from getting crushed. You can die from a lot of things. You can die from most things. This might just drain all my mana, but yeah, okay. Okay. Sure, I actually don't need to do anything to that wand. Projectile repulsion field. And breathless. I think I'll take breathless. Okay, well, not the best start. What? Alright, well, he's down there killing guys for not going down there. Just pick up some money that gets thrown at me. What is all this garbage? Extra critical chance. Sure. Oh, Jesus. I see. All right. Horrible. Hello? Did that guy die? No, he's over there. We're not dealing with that. Wait, where's my... Oh, I got rid of my teleport wand. Well, that's going to be a problem. I mean, if you just generally need to kill everything in an area and you don't care about your own life, it's a pretty good wand. Spores do hurt you, yes. Okay, at least the gun killed me. God, that thing's horrifying. Well, I got some new spells and shit. And I have to get that one perk at one point or another. Oh, this is you killed yourself. I was gonna say, I don't know that guy. I am that guy. Yeah? Oh, okay. I've killed that guy 14 times and died by him once. Okay. I don't think this guy's weapon counts. What a great game this is. It says me. I see. So you killed 11 of me. Let me check and see if there's any art. I don't see any on the Discord. Let me check. Blue Skeet. Rev Fart. I don't see anything new there. If you posted some new art, let me know. I will look at it tomorrow. But I'm gonna go hang out with my wife because Chai's doing a charity stream for trans charity. Cool, awesome. Let's do that then. Perfect. I got a decent crowd here. Raid morning Chai. I'm gonna raid Chai. Tell them hi for me, and then I'm gonna go kiss wife. But yeah, you don't have to spend any money on a charity if there's a charity, but numbers in chat brings other people in who might have money that they can donate. Okay, so like, if you can and it's within your means, do so. If it's a good charity, check it out for yourself. I trust Chai though. Anyway, I'm gonna raid them. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I kind of want to do a little bit of like just chatting with programming, and then we'll probably play some Noita at some point. But I'll see you guys then. Bop.